Hello, happy Friday. Welcome in. How we doing? Tis finally here. God, it felt like it took a week. No, I'm glad it's here. The fam is away. They are off for the night. So it's literally me tonight and all tomorrow, which means we might be streaming tomorrow during the day. I don't know what time. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I haven't decided. We'll talk about that tonight. We'll figure it out later, but should be fun. I'm very well aware the starting screen's still on. Yeah, I can see it. Just don't end stream at all. Okay, all right. I'm good. How's it going? Hi, Hockey. How are you, friend? All right. Oh, let's see. Shanna, hello. All right, let's do this. Love the music. Oh, me too, man. There's a lot of really good songs in Monster Cat. I know that it's very heavy towards like Rocket League stuff. That's how I first ever learned what Monster Cat even was. But man, there's a lot of really good stuff on there. I love it. I love it. It is hot in this room. All right, let me turn this fan on. Hi, caramba. Why is it so hot in here? Love the shirt. Me too. You know, funny. The artist that made this is working on another piece for me right now. Yeah. I'm not going to say a word about it. But we've been talking. I needed the music earlier as I was packing up the house for moving. Oh, God. What were you listening to? Just some Frank Sinatra? How's it going, friends? Good to see you. FNAF, hello. How are you? Hello, hello. How is everyone? Shower, thank you for the 12 months, a full year. And Muddy, thank you for the 4 months. Hello. Some poor selection that Alexa had for jazz. Oh, you know, it's always worth a try. You never know what you're going to get. We have the video store that I have near me. They have a record section, and in that section, I need to deep dive it. In that section, they have an area where it's like 5 for $5. I was like, oh shit. I bet you I could find some good stuff in there. 5 for $5. What? In this economy? Oh yeah, there's still video stores. Oh yeah. Or if you're really looking, you can always go check thrift stores too if you're looking for like tapes. Yeah. You never know. Smug, thank you for the gifteds. And Day, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much. Saxy Mama, thank you for the follow. No, there's only one Blockbuster. There's only one Blockbuster that still exists. Yeah, that's it. No more, man. It's there as a novelty, but I'm fairly certain that you can. Still rent tapes. Why does the music sound like Monster Cat? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why it would sound like Monster Cat. It's strange. It's weird. I don't know why. Why would it sound like Monster Cat? Ava, how are you? Good to see you. LaDarsha, hello. Juju. Guess it's as good as mine. I don't know. Hey, Macy, good to see you. I'm mad I'm stuck at work and would have loved to play with you tonight. There's always other times, friend. For viewer games, there's always other times. That blurb is one of the best blurps on Blurb. That's final. Because it's cheaps. That's why. Yeah. Smug, thank you so much. Mora, thank you for the 5 months. Hello. That's why I play. It's the best. I love it so much. Hey, Nocturne, good to see you. What's up, Link? My vacation weekend's on Monday. Oh, no. That sucks. Oh, no. Well, I hope that you come back to good stuff. Yeah. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. How do we get into the game? So there is going to inevitably be a channel point redeem that will pop up whenever the viewer games are open. So what I did was I had a bot made that would basically do all the things I wanted it to do, where whenever the queue is open, there's a channel point redeem that pops up. You don't do any chat commands or any of that jazz. If that channel point redeem is not there, the games are not open. Or that's a lie. It's either the queue is full or the game is not open. One of the two. But either way, you can't join unless the channel point redeem is there. Easiest way to think about it. And if you do exclamation point rules, you can get all the rules for it. Yeah. Hey, Kerfan, welcome in. You know, I'm proud of some of the ones that I've made. I'm awfully proud of some of those blurbs. They still get me, man. They've been around for like over a year, and I still love them. Not the shoulders. Spicy Peaches, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my God. Hi, Karumba. Hey, Devil, good to see you. Oh, they're so funny, man. Listen, you have to understand. What the? Is the Ridgeview bone still bugged? I think so. Thank you, James. So, fun fact for those that don't know or unaware, if you try to clip, it's not going to be there. The sound will not be there. However, if you watch it back on the YouTube live stream, it is there. So, fun fact, if you're looking for it. Yeah. Grafton, yeah, Grafton. Well, I normally don't start stream for like another hour and a half, but I cleaned, I did all the stuff, I ate dinner, I did all the things. So I figured, why not go live early? Why not? Wait for the next rotation of maps. What rotation of maps are in right now for the event? Yeah. Ace, hello. How are they playing sounds, Blurb? Yeah, Blurb. Oh, I couldn't tell if that was like a fly or a fart. Hi, Pickles. Welcome in. It was a fly. Sorry. I guess I just expect the, I expect the expected. When we play with you, how would like our voice talk to be? If you're asking would I rather your voice be open, whatever, push to talk is always the way. Because then if you have background noise, if you're talking to somebody else, whatever, then that's the way. Push to talk, voice, make sure you mute my stream. Because sometimes if you're like watching it through your speakers or something, it could be coming through and then feeding into your microphone. So push to talk, mute the stream. You're usually pretty good. Should be all right. Yeah. LaDarsha, thank you for the biddies. Bunnies, thank you for the follow. Kiki, thank you for the biddies. Do you know when the next update's going to be? No idea. No clue. The only things that I know that are coming. Oh, by the way, fun fact for those of you that don't follow certain socials. The drop that's coming on the 16th, 30 minutes. I got confirmation about that today. 30 minutes. Oh, also, side note. If all goes well, you will be able to watch my stream to get said drop. Working on it. We'll see. I'm hoping that actually works. If not, you can always go watch them. But you should be able to get it from me. What is happening on the 16th? There's an exclusive Phasmophobia drop that's coming. Yeah. The astronomer badge. It's pretty sick. It's one of the better looking badges that I've seen. Yeah, I played in VR. Yep, I've got videos with it. Yeah. What time? It's I believe it's 3 p.m. Eastern, right? I think. That should be right. Hi, Lunar. How are you? What's up, Mira? Data. Thank you for the membership, dude. Yeah, 3 p.m. Okay. Finally got the Prestige 20. Nice. We'll use this time to chat. Just hang out here for a second before we get into the viewer games. We'll chitter chats. I think so. Yeah. There's a glitch with Retro Rewind after you hit the 1 year anniversary. Wait, after you hit the 1 year anniversary. I'm sorry. You've hit the 1 year anniversary? What? What is the best way to level up? Do the highest difficulty that you can as fast as you can. If you're asking fastest way, best way, in my opinion, to level up is to just slowly increase the difficulty as you go. That's my opinion. Hi, Endless. I decided to do Wario instead of Waluigi. It threw me off. I didn't think it was you. Currently laid up in bed with a stomach bug. I hope you feel better, Marvelous. I'm sorry. Hey, Data. Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Costas, welcome in. Hi, Karumba. Should be good, man. I'm excited. I'm hoping that the lack of update that is being looked at for the Easter stuff means that they're really hard focused on trying to get us player customization. That's my hope. I don't know if that's actually going to happen or not. Saskia, thank you for the 12 months. When is the game starting? Whenever I start the game. Yeah. Is that going to be the next update? I assume. I don't know what else they would update or what they would release between now and that. I don't know. I hope, like, I want to hear about the movie and that stuff. I hope that that's not what the announcement is. I hope it's not like, here's the movie, and then we hear nothing else for a while. People are going to be pissed. I mean, I would assume no, because the whole point of the Galaxy show is games, talking about games. So I assume that it has to be about the game. And the stream itself should be about 2 hours-ish, 1 to 2 hours. Let's just say 2. And you have to watch for 30 minutes to get that badge. So yeah. Hey, Lord Moose, how are you? Don't Under Fire, thank you for the 10 months. To join Pickles, it has to be on Twitch. Yeah, the queue system is on Twitch. So if you want to keep watch, please watch wherever you want to watch. But if you do want to play it, you have to join through Twitch. Yeah. What date will the badge be available to earn? The 16th. 16th at 3 p.m. Eastern time is when that stream should start. So if you have a day where you can't be around the computer, if I were you, I would open up I'll show you what I would do. I will show you what I would do. I'll pull up Twitch and we'll do the thing. Yeah. What do I think is the best difficulty for beginners? The beginner difficulty, amateur. Yeah. Yeah, there's a drop that's coming for Phasmo on the 16th, and they're making a movie. Yep, we haven't heard anything about it, though. Nothing. Got a perfect investigation on Edgefield earlier within 5 minutes on solo. Sheesh. All right. Damn. As for the games tonight, if I'm playing with peeps and peeps are really itching to do a perfect game, it is what it is. We'll play, man. So it's 2 games per group. Okay. You guys will join by using a channel point redeemed that will become available. You'll hear me announce all this stuff. 2 games per group. We just rotate and we keep on trucking. And if you guys do exclamation point code, or just one of you, and then everybody grab the link, that is the link that you use to see if it's your turn and to see the code for the game. So you don't have to join a Discord. You don't have to you don't have to do any of that jazz. Nope. Not required. Told my brother Phasmophobia would be a great series. Oh, you mean for like a show? That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be super cool. I feel like the movie's going to be weird. I just hope it actually is like a horror movie instead of things like a Mario movie. I don't know what direction they're going to go. Halogen, you just call me Fish? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Hey, friend. It's like, what the hell? Current rotation, Woodwind, Bleasdale, Point Hope, and Ridgeview for 40. Okay. Yeah, 8 o'clock it'll switch. Fish, what the? Played a couple days ago and got Thays. You got what? I'm guessing a few Thays in a row. Oh, no. That happens, man. Sometimes when you get a ghost, it's just the game wants to feed you that ghost for the rest of the night. I don't know why that happens. Yeah. Lena, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate you. God, I love autocorrect. Fish. I didn't look. Do you know how many more maps we're getting in 1.0? I don't know how many we're getting in 1.0, but we know that at least Willow, Edgefield, Ridgeview are all going to be reworked, and we're also getting a new map. So we're at least going to have 1 extra map that we know of. We don't know beyond that, though. I'm not really sure. Gaga! Thank you for the 18 months. How the hell are you, Fran? How have streams been? Do I have the deep? Yeah, I have all the achievements. Yeah. I got all the things. Hello, Gaga. How are you, Fran? There's another amazing Phas friend everybody should be following who plays lots of Phasmers. You don't know what new ghosts do. Well, I mean, you said you've never played. You don't own the game. So, I mean, fair enough. You don't know what they do. I'm looking forward to every rework. I'm looking forward to Edgefield, Willow, Ridge. I'm looking forward to every single one of them. People were so afraid of Tanglewood. I couldn't wait. I knew that it was going to be better. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Jay, thank you for the gifted to Pitiful Almond. I feel like the first ghost is going to be a die-in to see you. Listen, I pulled that joke on Tater. Don't be coming over here with that crap. One day the stars will align. I'll be able to join. There will always be opportunities, friend. Always. There's a ghost behind me? No, there's not. I'm not falling for that again. Hopefully Ridgeview ain't broken. Post rework. I would assume no, that it won't be. I think it'll be fine. I think the reason it's broke right now is because of the Easter stuff. Yeah. Are we still young? Wait, what? I love the new Tangle as well. I think it's great. Kirby, thank you for the 9 months. Macy. I went fast to support and frame gener. Wait, for what reason though? Oh, the name of the song. Sorry. Whew. Way over my head. Sorry. I thought you were referring to something else. Is that a cardboard cut? There is nothing in the room. I don't know why you keep saying that. For low-end GPUs. Gotcha. Gotcha. I'm really curious what's going to happen whenever they switch over to the new Unity stuff. I don't know. I hope it fixes a bunch of stuff. I hope that's why it's being ignored. We'll see. Cloud, hello. I mean, I'm still young at heart. Oh my God. Oh, no, I won't. I'm going to go into a tangent. Not a tangent. It's a good one though. I don't want to show you. I have a Pogs binder. I was like, I could show that. No, we'll do it another time. Not right now. Is there a minimum age? You have to be 18. Correct. If you do exclamation point rules, it'll give you all the rules. I'm going to go ahead and open Phas now, friends. Let's get it cracking. You have one too? Listen, my daughter was sitting there flipping through and looking at it and stuff. I was like, this is the moment. Mormon Slays, thank you for the gifted to Ferris. Thank you so much. Pogs. Yeah, I don't have any slammers though. I need to work on that. I'm going to teach them how to play. Oh yeah, all the stuff. You're wearing your shirt too? Let's go. I'm spitting everywhere. I hope that they don't change the chair loop in Willow. Oh, the couch. Oh, I don't know. My opinion about that is that I think there are certain things that we do that they don't necessarily agree with, but they just let fly because it's the way they design the maps, right? I think that the Willow loop is one of those examples. If I had to guess. Pickles, feel free to DM me, friend, with what happened. Yeah, feel free to DM me on Discord. Wish you never got rid of them. Dude, I have so much stuff that like either A, I didn't want to get rid of, or B, I wish my parents wouldn't have sold. No. So what we're talking about is like, think of Tanglewood and think of like the nursery. How you had the ability to hide in that corner and watch the ghost the entire time. Now you do have a natural hiding spot in Nancy's room, but you can't just stare at the ghost, right? You hide in that corner. It's way less safe than what the corner was for the changing table. I think my guess is it's going to be similar like that for Willow, where the couch will still be there, but maybe the ghost will be able to take tighter turns so that it doesn't get stuck on the table. They added a good looping spot in Tangle. Dining of Tangle. Yeah, and you can crouch and the ghost can't even see you. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's walk around for a minute, make sure everything is going well. I'll do a quick little warm up to make sure that everything is running well, and then after I do that, we'll jump into games. I'll just open the queue and whatever you want, Pickles. I'll check it later. Yeah. Do I like the Tanglewood? I love the Tanglewood rework. I think they did an amazing job. I love it. Yeah. Coal and popcorn. Where do you get your popcorn from? Is soundboard allowed? Not. I mean, I'd prefer you didn't. If you're talking about playing soundboard while I'm playing with you, no, that'll be annoying. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Blurbs, sure. Soundboard in game, don't be that guy. What website is the queue on? Oh, do exclamation point code endless. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I caramba. Cyber, thank you for the 17 months. No fart ASMR. And absolutely. Do you think this chat wants to sit there and listen to that in game? They're going to hear it enough as is. I need to keep my phone at the ready though, or near me, just in case the fam tries to get a hold of me. I'll give you a fun fact. They don't. I would hate that. I know. AMC popcorn comes with butter packets to add more butter. Oh, let's go. Jimbo, thank you for the 11 months. What up, dude? All right. You know what? Speaking of Tangle Street, listen, when we do our games, by the way, it's your guys' choice. I don't care where we go. Okay. So whenever you guys get to choose, every person that is in the lobby with me, pick what map you want to go to, random, whatever, I don't care. And then we'll just let it choose. And then I will provide all the equipment. So disable your loadout, make sure you're on push to talk, mute my stream. I can add some of those things to the things if I have to, if we need to. Yeah. How do we join? It's on Twitch. Yeah, if you're looking to play, it's on Twitch. Am I late? Absolutely not. I just got started. In fact, I'm early, to be fair to you. I mean, we're about to start playing over an hour before I normally do. I used to use a voice changer for got buggy with Windows 11. Oh no. Oh no. Bro is an hour early. Yeah, skibbity. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do a nightmare at Tangle to warm up, and then after that, I'll open the queue, and we'll go from there. Sound good? Sound Gucci? Because I don't care. It's gonna have to be. Oh, it's all right, Jay. There's always next time, man. I forget to push the button when it's on push to talk. So it is okay if you're on an open mic if you don't have a lot of background noise and a bunch of people talking in the background, or we can hear the stream. If you're open mic like that, that's fine. Yeah. Leona. Yeah, you tell him, cuz. Had an alarm set to wake up before the stream, and then I was supposed to start. Well, listen, again, I started early to be fair to everybody that's like, I'm late. You're not late at all. Hi, Leona. Guys, make sure you're checking out these amazing beans. Like Leona, who does, by the way, for those of you that do the APOC 3 stuffs and things, you're asking a lot of questions, how to do it, strategy to do it, blah, blah, blah. And I tell you guys, go check out like Leona, Nuka Dave, Justly. Leona has been doing a lot of teaching on stream. So you literally can sit there and watch her teach someone else. Like, so the point of view is the person playing the APOC 3 and she's walking them through it with strategy and things like that. So it's fun to watch. I don't do APOC 3 a lot because the 50 speed's so annoying. But beyond that, though, it's chef's keys. What if we don't have a mic? Well, then probably preferably you don't join. No offense. Yeah, I'd like to be able to communicate to everybody. Yeah. It's good my parrot's sleeping. Oh my god. Not the parrot. Give me Nancy's room with a doll that moves. You know you're gonna do it. Imagine it just does it right now. Damn it. Damn it. All right, let's go find the power. Hey, Corp, how are you? Son of a, it's downstairs. All right, I have heard nothing so far. Let us see. Zenson, thank you for the membership, homie. Appreciate you. Hello? Oh, shit. My Logitech app closed earlier. That's probably, my microphone's not gonna be working. Hold on. There we go. Fixed it. How many channel points? I think it's 1,000. I think. Is there a new way to join the queue? If you played with us when we used to do it via like the Discord and all that stuff, I don't do it that way anymore. You sick bastard. I now have it where you guys join via channel points. So the easiest way to think about it is if you don't see the channel point redeem, that means the queue is full or the queue is closed. So EMF fiber, A. And you farted on me too, you sick bastard. All right, let's go. Josie wants a nap on the floor. No, it wants to have a pillow fight, and I'm not here for it. F that pillow. Josie said, I want it. Saw my hearing pelicans today and found a kid using a microscope. Wait, what? Saw what? I used to play joint. I used to play the joint. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Let me mark down EMF 5 because you know that I'm going to forget. And whenever we do the viewer games, by the way, we always do pro. That way we can have fun with it. We're not sitting there trying to sweat nightmare games. Wasn't a fart. Sound alert by me. Okay. Whatever you say. Definitely an Oni? Okay. All right. If it's not an Oni, I'm going to ban you. Is that cool? If you're going to be confident, you know? No, please, no? I kind of like it. Sounds like full send, if you ask me. Full send Friday? Ari Dodd, thank you for the 6 months. Slom, thank you for the 14. Thank you for the prime. I get locked in the ghost room again, I'm gonna throw up. What do you mean if you get locked in the ghost room? Wait, was that me that did that? Wait. Wait, was it me that did that? Was it me? Did I lock you in the ghost room? Hi, Queen. PAX was great. Was it me, Phoenix? Did I do it? Yikes. I don't remember. Hey, Freeze, how are you? Queen, I hope you're good, friend. Make sure you guys are checking out Queen as well, especially if you do the Dibidiz. The Dibidiz, pretty sure. I don't remember. Why would I have done that? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? You wanted a pillow fight earlier. Where are you? For fun. Did I do it for... No, someone wished to trap the ghost last time I was playing with you. Oh. So it wasn't me. Okay. Well, I don't feel so bad anymore. Flash admits he wanted a pillow fight with the ghost. I mean, I'm not against it. Hey, Ness, I'm good. How are you? No freezing yet. All right. I did not see any orbicals. Let's go get some salt. Some salt. Got me a sandwich and some snackies. Ooh. Yeah, this is a warm-up round. Yeah. It's nice to make sure that the game is running well and nothing's, you know, awry. So as long as we don't play at Grafton, we should be in good shape. All right. I'm going to bring these, this. I'm going to take one of them and bring one of these. I don't know. I feel like my sanity's getting down. Sometimes people think they can try Captain Revenge. Yeah, I still need a Blood Moon of Grafton, but unfortunately, I can't really try for that right now. Unfortunato. Steppies. Steppies. I hope that it's on top of the rug. Oh yeah, I still have not gotten a gold bunny either. What the hell is this? A bridge? Hello? Alright, no UV. What the hell? Alright, give me this. If that painting, I mean, if you get this close, it's no longer a painting. Ah, freezing. Ah. Jin own. Well, we know it's not an Oni. It farted on us earlier. Jin, Shader twins. Did it? It cut the breaker, right? So Shader twins. So probably twins. I think it's been active with me in the room. We can just make it hunt and figure it out. Hey, Darkest Joker, I'm good. How are you? This is where you pay off the ghost. What do you mean? Where I pay off the ghost? What did I do? Let's bring photo of the EMF and I need videos. All right, well, let's bring this, this, and this. You had twins earlier. Let's go. Did it chuck the pillow on you while you were in the room? I'm not 100% about that. I don't know. Hi, Marissa. Put that here. And then I need a photo of the EMF. I haven't seen the bone. I'm not worried about perfect game, but I do like to get all the objectives. Ghost breath was the ghost breath a blurp? Oh, you sons of bitches. Okay. I don't like that power anyway. All right, so Oni's still in contention, but it hasn't evented on me yet. F that breaker, apparently. Like, out of all this, we have yet to have an event. It's Ghosties here. Are you a shade? We'll bring Oni back onto the table. Oh no, I need videos too, right? Got it. Walk. Thank you. All right, and then I should be able to do this. Yep. All right, I need more videos. I don't need photos. I need videos. Walkies. Got it. All right, there's all the objectives. All right, let me get the crucifix, get this out of here. I have my smudge, right? Yep. Is her hiding over here? Back up smudge. Son of a. That's right. Maybe we try right there. Oh, I don't even know what the cursed object is. Oh, shit. Holy hell, you naked bastard! Wait, the game counts 0.3 as freezing. So the way you need to think about it, especially with Celsius, is if it is 0.9 degrees or lower, you have freezing because normal ghosts can't go below 1. He wants a hug. I am fairly certain he wants more than a hug. Anna, welcome in, by the way. Oh, you son of a... Old Naked Time Ned over here keeps trying to turn my power on. So... I thought I heard that. It sounded kind of normal. Right? Don't you dare touch me through there. Wait a minute, are you an Oni? You guys almost ruined that for me. It is an Oni. He doesn't want you to see him naked. Then why did he spawn in my face? Riddle me that, Batman. Also, never saw the bone. Maybe do a quick lap. Maybe we'll just see it. He doesn't want to see. Okay. All right. Nothing there. Keep going. 30 minutes to splashdown. What? 30 minutes. Shut up, ghost. Oh, did you see it in the garage? Hi, Dorito. Oh, is it Artemis? Is that what you guys are talking about? Yeah? Ooh, okay. I heard that they were scared they were going to have issues coming back. But I'm glad to hear that they're already looking at where they're about to land. Bro, where the bone? Is it downstairs? I'm going to die. Artemis 2, yeah. Yeah, what people are thinking they thought they heard earlier, which is what I thought that I heard, because we did hear it, but it was a blurb and not real, was a fart. What the hell are you doing in the garage? 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Tara. And Dorito, that's 9 months, tier 3. We got some. What do we name it? Mark Lee. We're in game, so whatever the 9-month sub is the ghost name. So its name is Mark Lee. All right. Listen, I'm a determined little fool, and I have a feeling it's in the basement. One of yours spawned in a locked closet. Delicious. Wait. Oh, you are such a bitch. Stop turning off the power. Why? I don't know. I mean, I'm not really worried about a perfect game. I just was looking for the bone, but I don't think we ever saw it. Unless somebody saw it and we just weren't, I don't know. Never seen a flip. Well, a Hantu will flip the breaker that much. Ghosty's rude. The ghost is rude. Saw the bone. Where'd you see it? If you make some joke about like my body being made of bones or something, I swear to God. Hey, Logix. Hey, Lorky. Appreciate you. Check the closets. They're all locked. Yeah. So if it's in the, we'll figure out where it is. Who cares? It's fine. We know what the ghost is. We got the objectives. It's fine. We'll get to the games. I can't name the location. Well, then thank you for all the help. I do appreciate it.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yo, bro, can you notice me? Sure can. Skibbity Riz. 6'7", dog. How good are you from 0 to 10? Turkey. Oh yeah, that blurb, that did almost rob me. But watching the hunt, I would have known it's an Oni and that there was some foolery happening. So I knew it was okay. Insert Doc song here. Turkey? Yeah, you never heard of that before? Hey, Mr. 420, how are you, friend? Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. Toasty Sam, thank you for the gifted, by the way. Thank you so much. Very good of you, Turkey. Correct. Correct. It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing that people say. Videos help me learn about Phas. Thank you for all the help. Of course. Of course, man. That's what I'm here for. Hey, Fireheart. Good to see you. Lorky, thank you for the follow. AMZ. All right. Okay. We're going to do two things. We are going to... The queue is not open yet. By the way, there is no command for the queue. The queue to join the games is all via channel point. So you will see a channel point come up when the queue is open. Exclamation point rules, that will show you not only the link to go to get the code when it's your turn, but also it will just give you all the rules that we go by for the viewer games. Yeah. So make sure you check out all the things. Over level 500. I am over level 500. Yeah. Have I ever played a predatory platform called Roblox? I did way back when, before we knew what it was now. Yes, I did. I played like once. Yeah. Yeah. Question, green grapes or red grapes? Oh, I don't care. I love grapes. Grapes are good. I don't care. What prestige? 20. Yeah. Luke, how are you? Welcome in. All right. So I don't want to do this, but I will do this. I owe you guys one. So we're going to do this and open up the queue. Cotton candy grapes. I literally just heard somebody yesterday talking about cotton candy grapes. Just yesterday. How do you level up so fast? I mean, to be fair, the prestige system has been in the game since August 18th, 2023. So it has been here for almost 3 years. So it's, I mean, just over time. You're on YouTube. What? I had no idea. You share your grapes through the screen? Thank you. We appreciate it. Half frozen? I normally just, I don't know. I don't freeze my grapes. I just keep them in the fridge. It's fine. I love them though. Love some fruit. Yeah. I assumed you were on YouTube when you commented on YouTube. Yeah. How do you get the hunted badge? What is the hunted badge? What was the hunted? They don't have the names at the top of all these, dude. What was the hunted badge? Am I even real? Are you sure? The drop? It was... Wait. Oh, this one. Oh, it was, yeah, it was a Twitch drop. You can't get it anymore. Is anyone even real? Yeah, sorry. I don't remember some of the names of some of the newer ones. I don't remember. But this was a Twitch drop that they had, so it's no longer available. Yeah. All right, let me spin this and do this because I owed you guys one. Because we got it. We reached the goal like late in one of the streams. I was like, dude, I can't do that. Or it was like I wasn't feeling good. I was like, I can't, but we'll just do it now. Just started. Oh, yeah, man. We're just getting going. Oh, sweet. A snack. A handful of Bean Boozled. Delish. Bam, bam. Thank you for the 4 months. Wheel fun. Yeah, it's wheelie fun. Release the beans. All right. Let me get out of here and go into multiplayer. It's bean fun. Mother, father. Why don't you have level 3 headgear and the other thing when it level 80? So I have everything. These are just by choice. I don't want to use night vision all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Lucille, how are you? The event trophy upgrade says 0%, even though I've done everything else. Is it just a glitch? Have you done this? Is this complete and this showing 0? If so, I would go to their Discord. Yeah. I mean, especially with the level that I am, yeah, very obviously have everything unlocked. Yeah. Hey, Kit Caddy, welcome in.
I've gathered a list.
Can I do APOC 3? No. I love level 2 headgear for the sake of it feeling very just immersive. That's why I like level 2 so much. It's just makes it feel so cool. It makes it feel so cool. Yeah, I said that. Yeah. All right, let me copy the code, put that where it belongs. Oh, let's see. We are going to go ahead and open the queue, which means there is a channel point redeem right now if you want to join. The queue can hold 6 people. Oh shit, Leona's there. Everybody be prepared. The queue is a max of 6 people, and the reason I keep the queue so small is just because I want to make sure that we get through the entirety of the queue. I don't want to have a queue of 20 people and then we run too late and it's like, well, we have to stop playing, and then a bunch of people don't get to play that are sitting there waiting. That would suck, and I don't want to do that to you guys. However, getting dinner, you're good. Leona and I've never played. I'll kick her. We have never played. This will be the first time. I'm excited. Leona, what time is it for you? All right, the code is saved. Am I going to leak code? You think I would go through all of this? You think I would go through all of this to set this up and enter into a system to get people to come into play, and then I would just leak the code? No. Close but no dice, maybe next time. Hey, as soon as I pull 3 people in, that opens up 3 spots in the queue for people to join. Okay? So, friendly reminder. Let me do this. Let me actually go to here. Controls. Let's pick our wave of peeps. All right. So that means Sentinel, Zappini, and Dale Rachel are in. And then we have 3 more that just joined. So up next is Leona, Juju, and Sinister. Okay, so the code is there, friends. Make sure you do exclamation point code or exclamation point rules to get the link to the website so that you can actually join. Imagine playing with us nerds. I know. Wait, are you calling me a nerd? Oh, you said with this nerd. Oh, how dare you? Didn't expect to make it. Let's go. Endpoints, welcome in. All right, I'm doing a handful of these right now. Don't stare at me with judgment. I can't talk to them right now. It's fighting me to get a code on the webpage. Did you log into your Twitch? Oh, this doesn't look good. If worse comes to worse, if you're fighting and it's not working, we can always send it if we need to. All right, so we're looking like possible black licorice, used bandage. Yeah, delicious. Yummy. Don't judge me with that face. So good. Your mic is working? Okay. I have a trash can next to me. I'm good. Sorry, I'm gonna be talking with my mouth full. I can't hear you, by the way. Oh. I hear you.
How are the beans?
Delicious. I should send you some.
Great.
Send every single viewer 1 bean.
I made it.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing, friends?
Good.
Good.
That's good. If you guys want to pick a map, unless we just want to do Ridge, I'm cool with it. keep them? No, I'm gonna send you one. Can you imagine? Okay, I'm better. All right. All right. How's it going, friends? God damn. Looking a little yellow there. Hmm? A little jaundice. Hmm? Hmm?
A bit.
Your path is green.
All right. Ridgeview or random? I'm cool with it. I'll switch it to pro. If you guys want to disable your loadouts, I can have my loadout on every time. It'll be a channel point redeem Australian. Yeah, if you don't see the channel point redeem, that means that either the queue is full or it's closed. Send everyone the used bandage. Purposely the used bandage. Yeah. Amesy, hello, how are you? All right, Ridgeview it is. Let's rock. Do you have a ranch toady? No, I do not. I have a bunch of others though. So I normally don't do too bad in one day. If we do reach that point where we have, I would do another one today because that's probably the one I can handle the most is that. Used bandage tastes like that first drink out of a worm. That's disgusting. All right. They're doing those things. I'm going to grab $3. Go this. Oh, I hate black licorice. I hate it. Why does the lobby look like something from Stranger Things? It's the Easter event. Yeah. What do we got?
Coming, sir.
Power is on.
Thank you. Oh, the door in the hallway near the piano. It's over here somewhere. All right, 9 degrees here. I hear a bunny there. It's not super cold.
Not seeing orbs yet.
Okay, the temps are really not that cold. Oh, here it is. It's here. It's dining. It's like 4 degrees, like 5 degrees here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna kick this off so I can have a chat. Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? How old are you? Where are you? It's not answering me. What do I do? All right. Bro has a Patreon. He does. I posted a really cute photo of Josie there earlier. Okay. Some more chuckery. All right, I'm gonna go get more stuff from the van. How do you get over the fear of playing alone? Oh, just repetition. The more you play the game, the more used to it you get, the more you build up your tolerance. That's really all it is. All right, I'm gonna bring in a sound recorder. I'll do the medias.
Sorry, I just grabbed that by accident.
What are you grabbing?
Accidentally grabbed the medication.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
It's throwing a lot. Gosh.
Well, throw it back. Don't let it boss you around. Oh. Yeah, you want to throw stuff at people? Huh, idiot?
I told you.
Is it normal when the ghost events, then a few seconds after the event, it starts hunting? It can, for sure. It absolutely can. All right, I'm ready for the sounds. Hi, Crowster. How are you, friend? Nothing? Oh, sound. Ah, the Mango Man. All right. Goo. I mean, it's not doing poultry things, right? It's just throwing single items. We also have 0 evidence on a professional run, which is interesting.
Bone in the garage.
We have writing.
Oh, what the hell? Nobody said anything.
I did.
No,
and I
you did
recorded
not.
it.
You lie.
You lie.
Deception.
Oh, I didn't even see
There's
that.
so much deception. Nobody heard writing. Nobody. Not a
Found the
shade.
bone.
What happened?
I found the bone. That's
Oh.
no. Found the bone in the garage.
Did you already get a photo?
Yeah, I did.
Nice. Because of the desync, I just see a stick. Oh, UV.
Oh,
We have UV. Ooh, poultry is on the
Could be a
table.
poultry.
Ooh. Oh, somebody else tried Spirit Box. For me, it was being weird not doing it. You heard writing? No, you did not. Just side with me. Just pretend. Wait, let me see. Options, audio. Check, 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 check.
Are you here? Are you near? Are you friendly?
I'm gonna go get a firelight for a video.
Are you here?
Roger that.
Are you here? Where are you? Are you friendly? Are you old? Are you young?
Maybe ask how it is.
Are you here? Are you angry? Are you here? Hello? Come on, Alex. Are you here? Are you near? Yeah.
Ask if it's oh no, it's,
like-
I guess it's the event map. It's not gonna be BJM. It's gonna be the little toothy kid.
Where are you?
Ask for trouble at the moment. Hey, what do you mean? Thank you for the follow.
Are you close?
Did it just throw a fork onto the picture frame?
Ulti.
What the hell?
Threw two items. Just threw two
It's
plates.
throwing a lot of stuff. The fact that it's not. Come on, do it. What the? Oh, did we just pick up the same item? Oh god. Oh, dots.
Oh, we have dots.
Dots.
Yeah.
Nope, it's an Obombo. Just a really
Oh.
throwy Obombo.
Really active.
Very throwy Obombo. Look at this thing. You want to try to get the photo of the dots? Oh, good luck.
Oh.
Good freaking
We
luck.
might need the other dots.
Oh yeah, we
Wait,
might.
gotta delete one.
Anyone else seen the YouTubes? Yeah, yeah. They announced it all over all their socials. Yeah.
I just needed to blow out this firelight and we have videos.
All right. Maybe if you sing it "Happy Birthday," it'll do it.
You have a better singing voice than I do.
All right, hold on. I got it. Give me a sec.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
No, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it very much. I missed that one note. Come on! I could also get this.
Come on,
I
you
want to
piece of
do it.
trash.
There we go. Hey, it was just delayed. There we go.
Videos are done.
Nice. I need one more audio. Oh wait, what are we missing? Wait, why are we deleting the bone? Oh, because we need a photo of the ghost.
We need to take a photo.
Ah, yeah, I got you. Would pay for someone to sing me happy birthday in that voice.
Come on, ghost.
Had to call it trash before it did anything. I know. Maybe this is one we just have to ridicule. Sometimes you have to be... What the hell are you doing over there? You get lost, homie? Did it just change speeds in the middle of that smudge? Hey, Dragon, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Did I actually get the audio? Oh, F you, man. Wait, hold on.
Just an event.
Oh, it came from in here, by the way. The master bedroom.
It moved, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it did. Little turd. I've recorded that entire hunt in this little a-hole. Maybe I can get the Cruci bite. Oh. Let me get this guy. Let me put this over here. Do one of these guys. We'll put this right there. That ought to do it. All right, I'm ready. Hey, what's up, LJ? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Karen, how are you? I'm ready. Pitari, thank you for the 7 months. Ads are coming soon. Hopefully we can dodge them. Oh, the rain noises? Yeah, isn't that beautiful? Ghost. Will you do the thing, please? Oh my goodness. Macy, thank you for the 6 months. Eat more. Thank you for the 37. Oh, sound. No, I don't want to record you. No, shush. Get away. Okay, that would have been the same thing. Does anybody have a smudge?
It's 21 in here.
Is it not here anymore?
It's not.
It's throwing stuff over by me again.
Where is me? Oh,
Yeah, it's still here.
what the fuck? Come on. Come on.
Got him.
There we go. Got the audio. Yeah. What are we missing?
We did it.
Perfect game.
Perfect game. Let's
Nothing.
go. Oh, that was very nice.
That was not me.
That was not me. Perry Jester, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you so much, friend. Hi, caramba. Well, GG's. Perfect game. I like it.
Yeah.
Now Ridgeview works for perfect game.
Yeah, there we go. Gamers who game. Let's go. Oh, bubble. Everyone's alive. Perfect game. This isn't real. This is fake. This is fake. It's been a while since I've been in the stream. What's up, Kookie?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Nicely done. Nicely done, team. All right. Where are we going next? Again, when I do multiplayer games, I let the ads
I
run
have no
because I don't want to
preference,
stop
to be
people and
honest.
make them wait for ads. Oh, what?
Anywhere is fine, but I'm a really big fan of the high school. I know you like
Listen,
it too.
listen, I swear to you, with 4 people, I have no problem running high school. I swear.
no,
the
I
larger
was just
maps,
kidding, I was
no,
just kidding.
I swear to you, but I'm just saying. Grafton, wait, is it an event map? Okay, wait, we should be okay, right? If it's not an event map, then that's a problem. Because then the
thought it was
ghost
the
will hunt
other
under
way
the floor.
around.
Yes, okay. So if we end up there, okay. Oh, Nels. All right, that sounds good. There's 3 minutes of ads that happen every hour, friends. Just a heads up. Let's go. Oh, we're going to Nels anyway, so it's fine. Paid actor slash didn't kill anyone. Listen here, dude. One of these days, I'm going to choose to do it. Under the what? The,
Accordingly before starting the
on regular Grafton right now, while the event stuff is happening, the ghost hunts under the floor. Unless you make the summoning circle happen, then it hunts from the summoning circle every time. Do you still get ads if you're subbed? No. If you're subbed or if you have turbo, you do not get ads. If you watch a lot of streams, I always suggest to everybody, turbo. Turbo is worth it. You get no ads across Twitch. If you only watch 1 or 2 streamers, then subbing might be the way, but it's still, turbo is really useful. Oh, absolutely, 100%. This. I'm gonna go with this. So I can try to muffle some sounds. There we go. Do you still get evidence with the grafting glitch? I think.
Always on.
Of course you turned on Dusty's Trail.
It wasn't me, thank you.
It's in the fridge or storage area.
Ooh, okay.
It's got orbs.
Dusty's the reason.
So blaming me. I didn't even do anything. I just walked in.
Only the wagon master's hand keeps 'em rolling.
Steve Button, thank you so much for the 5 months. Star, thank you for the 31.
The going gets
Mighty rough, and they don't seem to mind. California, it's the place they must find. Desert and rocks are in their way. Hey, get your squirty cream out of here. don't maniacally laugh as you run around with that thing. Where did they say? Wait, they said that they saw orbs?
Oh, did they? I didn't hear.
What are you woeing? Is this Star? Hello.
Yeah, we have boards.
Wait, they were in here?
Yeah, the ghost is in here.
Okay. Turn your squirt cream off. All right, 5. Ah, there we go. Now it's throwing stuff. Okay. All right, it's 3 degrees in here. Do we need this? No.
keeps 'em rolling through the promised land.
By the way, I'm awfully sad that I can't hear Dusty's Trail through the parabolic. It makes my heart sad.
They must
I can hear every other damn sound on this map. I can even hear this.
find their way.
Squirty cream kind of sus. Yeah. Yeah, you can hear that. justice for Dusty's trail. That's all I got. That's all I'm saying. All right. Let's go. Big Dog, thank you for the 6 months. Renegade, thank you for the follow. It's oddly comforting. Isn't it nice? It makes you feel like you're home. And do we have anything other than orbs there, friends?
Not yet.
Not as sad as not being able to use the VCR in Tanglewood. I would have to agree. I like it. I would have to agree. The fact that it doesn't actually make a movie play is really depressing. All right, I don't know if they're getting in there. I'm going to bring the spirit box, a smooge, and sound recorder. You die every time. What happened? I think we should start a petition. Absolutely. Things to get into the game. It's not going to get heard. What happened?
It's help wanted.
Help wanted? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can. I think we could apply.
Let's follow.
All right, I'm going to turn off Dusty's Trail for now. Artemis splash down. Let's go. Hell yeah. Ofs. Okay, of an orb.
Yep.
Okay. I have a spear box. I don't know if we want to try that.
Can we place one more line of salt for a video?
I don't have any salt. It just turned on the squirty cream.
I already got that.
Oh, the ghost wants some more, I think. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you here? Here. Somebody have a chat with the ghost. Hey, Supersonic, how are you? First on Twitch, like saying we started playing in December. Oh no, I missed it. It's gone. Where'd it go? Always watch the videos on YouTube. It was a blast to help us reach. Play no evidence. Hell yeah. No evidence is a lot of fun. Well, I'm glad it's been helpful, friend. Why are we stealing all the items?
Oh, dots.
Camera registered dots.
Oh, did it?
Oh, we have a bank.
Banshee? Oh, Banshee roulette. Game on.
I'm gonna go get stuff to record.
Roger that. Still looking at the dates on the cash register. No, it's a good point. There's got to be something for it, right? Listen, go stop hitting the squirty cream. I hear it. Where is it? I'm losing my mind. Where is it?
Were you guys trying to see if the ghost was on the
Oh, it's right here on the floor.
Oh, okay.
No, I was trying to figure out why I heard squirty cream, and it's because it was on the floor. You know, a banshee scream would be nice too. If we know it's a banshee.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was behind you.
Oh, the dots? Oh.
Yeah.
What a turn. Oh. It's getting interesting. It's not giving me anything sound-wise. Who's the most cursed?
She's a bit shy,
Here's
I
a
guess.
firelight for you.
Yes. Ghosty's being very shy.
So what's the ghost again?
A banshee?
Oh god, not another one.
What do you mean not another one? We haven't had one yet.
I've had like 4.
Oh, you've had a few. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can get the banshee scream on the sound recorder. I wonder who it is. Like, I wonder which one of us is the target. What the hell are you trying to do with it?
It's probably me.
Oh, it's just. Yeah, I didn't know you can do that.
Artesian flower. Oh, nice. Oh, going up. Oh my God.
Oh,
What do
Where are we gonna-
Sorry, we're just checking the vent. Any sounds
we're
up
just-
here?
we're just paints.
Oh my
Just
God.
fine polishness.
Videos are done.
Okay. All right. Well, Banshee sucks. We do have cards, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah. Can the ghost get you up there? I hope so. If not, that's really cheeky. All right, where's our last friend? Rachel?
Follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh Dusty's trail. Dusty.
Hey Jordy, how are you?
A stage and a wagon.
Rachel! Oh, there they are. All right, you want to do the thing?
Anyone want this much?
I've got one on me.
Oh.
Hey,
one
Kingslayer.
for me, please.
Oh, and it just blew out the firelight. This goes
You're
to an
welcome.
a-hole. Do you hear it in there?
Hi.
I'm not good at hunting, just warning you.
It'll be fine. Oh, it's a fool card.
The devil. I didn't bring a photo camera.
Hey. It said.
I
Yeah.
better not be the target.
You'll be fine.
Oh, a fool.
Oh. Oh, wait. Is it my turn or someone else's turn?
Dusty's trail, oh Dusty.
All right. Coming in hot.
Tower.
Goodbye, Sanity. That was a moon card.
The devil.
Oh, it's a fart. Incoming. Oh, no. That's going to count as an event. Oh, no. Okay, we're good. We're safe. Is it fool?
Yep.
Tower. Fun. Got Dusty Trail in your head. Good.
The tower.
Oh, my goodness. Counts as a misform? Oh, I thought it counted. Oh, I guess. No, I thought it counted as an event. Oh, maybe it does count as a misform.
Green.
I think you're right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that was fun. We still need to know who the target is. Ghosty!
Yeah, it didn't do its job.
No, it didn't. We don't. Wait, do we have crucifixes in there?
Probably.
Not touched. Order up.
Oh, she doesn't do anything with the crucifix?
It did not touch. Has not tried to hunt yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
So whoever the target is, their sanity is still. Well, okay, then that must mean it's not me. I drew a moon card. I have no sanity, and it's not hunting. Which of you is it?
I don't know, but I'm gonna hide behind.
Well, I'm not going to be good to hide behind. To me, the ghost, I don't exist.
Yeah. I know.
Photo camera?
Here, I'll make a steak. It'll be fine. They look awful. They look like they've been here for a really, really long time.
Maybe that's gonna be a black egg.
Oh my God. That's how we find the ghost room. Here, let's check. Ready? Oh, it's the ghost room. Oh wait, it's yellow.
Oh my
It's
God,
not
it's
anymore.
really
Oh wait.
simple.
Oh no, it's not. Oh no, it is. Oh wait. Oh.
What the?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Must have been the ghost leaving, coming and going. It makes sense.
We could place a motion
This
sensor by
knife-
each of us
this
and
knife
see which one
looks-
it roams to.
Okay, so when the knife is here, that's a pretty big knife. When you hold it, it looks deceptively small. I feel like I'm holding like a razor to shave somebody. Like,
well, you're holding it wrong to begin with.
well, here, pick it up. What's it look like when you're holding it?
It looks fine to me.
Maybe it's like some take on Edward Scissorhands, but you just tape the butcher knife to the top of your hand. Will the queue open up after this group? Yes.
You could also glue it to your hand.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Edward Glue Hands? I don't know.
We're all sitting in the light. Do you want me to turn it off?
I mean, I have no sanity. So, you know. Oh, more sound. Come on, be a banjo scream. Banjo scream. Banjo scream. Son of a... Wait, what was it? Oh, you bastard. Oh, well, I need to talk. That's fine. Yeah, it's not based on me.
I have a feeling it's me. It evented closest to me earlier.
Don't get mighty rough. How do we join you? Whenever the queue is open, there's going to be a channel point redeem that's available for you guys. Yeah, so after this game, we're going to draw 3 people in, and then that opens up 3 spots in the queue. Yeah. Demon, thank you for the 10 months. God, would you guys make it hunt already? Jeez. Ghosty. Banshee doesn't want to play hunt. It doesn't. Now, if the target leaves the map, that does make a problem because then I could get hunted because then it's going to hunt like... It just tried to hunt. Removing crucifix. Ka-chow.
Wait, let me take photo.
Maybe get a Banshee scream. Oh, I threw it outside. It's drying off. I mean, it's getting wet. I mean, whatever. Yeah, we wanted to hunt. I'm putting it over here. Over here, just take a picture of me. Cheese. There we go.
Like he ate something.
I was hungry. Banshee go rawr.
Especially those beans.
Oh, listen. Shut your lips. We don't talk about those beans. Just got a Banshee screaming now. It's hunting. Who's the target? It's running away from me.
Hey, Ghost, get over here.
It's running away.
Coming up.
Stop going back and forth, you little a-hole. Go this way. They're there. Go there. There you go. It learned. It learned. Oh, one of you two. We don't know which one. Oh, it's coming after you. It's one of you two. Who's it gonna be? We don't know. Oh no. Well, I guess you were the target.
Oh my god.
Oh no, no.
Oh no.
Well, I can think we know for
Dang.
sure. And we don't have the cards to bring them back to life. Well, this is their purgatory.
Let's follow the path
All right, let's
of
go.
Dusty's trail.
For the rest of time, they will be dusty in the trails. Bang! Thank you for the gifted. They listen. Hey, friend. They had a smudge, right?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Oh man. Oh, right in the old back of the neck beard. All right. Well, make sure you got Banshees marked off, friend. I don't know what happened. Maybe it could have been they did have a lighter. All the lighters are gone. My guess is they thought that they had more space between them and the ghost. That happens to me too. Yeah. No, it's a channel point redeem that pops up, Zistara. What happened?
I tried to light it.
It just didn't happen. See, that happens, man. The weird stuff has been happening.
Did you forget a lighter?
No, I had a lighter.
Yeah, I assumed you did. There was no lighters left, so I assumed that you did.
I did not pull a dock.
Why you gotta call it a doc? Why you gotta call him out like that? We all do it.
At least I had a
All right.
blood moon.
Friends, thank you for the games. Thank you for joining. I will see you in chat. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends. I will see you in a little
Bye.
bit. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. All right. How do you get channel points? By watching the stream. Yep. All right. So coming in next, we have Leona, Juju, and Sinister. If you guys refresh your pages, you will see the code to join. And then up next, we have Kaz, Nocturnal, and Nocturne. Funny enough. Hey, Stella, welcome in. How are you? Of course. Thank you guys for the games. I appreciate you, friends. Here, I'll mute the music again. Wait.
What up, cuz? What up?
Wait. Why you gotta get all close like that? Why's it gotta be like that, cuz? I didn't know how to say it in your chat. I was like, C-U-H? What up, cuh?
What up, cuz?
What up, cuh? How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. I'll tell you, you know, watching you do the APOC 3 stuff, like your guys' patience is just, oh, I hear me.
That's not me.
Whoa, whoa. Hello.
Whoa.
Hello. Checked. Okay, I'm gone. There we go. Oh, no, I'm back again. Oh, no, what's going on? What's happening? Hello? Wait, what if I talk like this?
Hello? Hello?
Oh god.
Hello? Whoa.
Oh god.
Something is happening. I don't know what the microphone source is, but I hear the game, I think, going through your mic. So check the game microphone. That might be different.
Did that fix it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yay!
Yeah, it changed your microphone, I think. It changed your source.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
in monitor mode.
Sons of bitches. Oh, no, I was saying your patience level to be able to do that many like APOC runs and all that stuff is just, it's different. I don't know how y'all do it. Y'all are,
Yeah.
y'all
We
are
have
crazy.
like, there's like 30 people at the moment that
Do
that's a
nonstop
trophy.
like
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
runs.
Yeah.
Escalator time.
They're nuts. Oh, see ya. Have fun. Allison, thank you for getting merch.
To be confused on who was who.
Oh, fair. I would have even changed. All right, where do you guys want to go?
Besides crazy?
Listen, okay, so we're already there. That's past that point. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
True.
Never seen anything pop up. If you did not see the channel point redeem pop up, that means it went by that fast.
Bleasdale.
I love Bleasdale.
Also, hi, Leona.
Hey.
That's right. This is the pro team right here. They're gonna carry me. I'm cool with that. Why are you laughing?
No reason.
No reason.
Don't you look at us like that.
Not the slow turn.
Don't you do that.
You guys have to understand. Listen. Pastor She's got my husband, daughter, and me
Is
play
this
together.
Nightmare?
No,
Was
pro.
looking.
Whenever I do viewer games, I always do pro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Easy
Oh,
easy peasy.
beans. I thought it was
Lags
APOC.
so
Oh,
hard.
sorry. We could do APOC 3 community games, I guess.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Ugh. Sorry,
Good,
guys.
thanks.
The next game will be in 30 hours.
Okay.
Now it's our family thing. Thank you for the scares and the good vibes. Alice. Oh, Kooky. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you. All right. Ready to rock?
Go.
All right. I'm going to go check for power. I'll check for Ouija.
Not music box.
Not Ouija's. Ah, I got the juice.
Nice. Not the summoning circle.
Okay. Doing APOC 3 customs lately? Nice. Hey, filled with lead. I'm good. How are you? All right. Hey, we got a hiding right there. Sweet.
Sweet.
Interesting. Wait a minute. Why is it so cold everywhere? Oh, it's snowing. I'll shut up. I literally walked into the house. Yeah, I got nothing. Oh, ooh. It is like 2.8 degrees in this upper hallway, though.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's here. That sucks. Whatever. Why do you crouch so much? Why do you crouch? I don't understand. Why do you crouch?
I think we have the cards, but yeah.
Roger that. Twin vibes.
Huh?
I'm gonna get Josie and get out of here. I'll have to go check on her in a little bit, make sure she's groovy. Twin vibes, is it?
Oh yeah, Flash said it's in the hallway.
What the fuck? Why did she just disappear from my hand for a second? What the hell? Hard worker, grinding contracts for the ghost hunting company. I know. She's crazy. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm seeing random lag spikes. Very random. All right. I'm gonna grab UV, grab some salt. Is it hitting your motion sensor up there? I will bring another. Josie became a phantom? No, Josie, why? You've had lag spikes today,
Oh,
too?
no, sorry. There is a motion sensor, but I didn't find him with motion.
Ah,
But
roger
we have
that.
two. That's fine.
All right, I'm bringing another so we can find it. Let's see, are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here. What do you mean?
Not you, you dingus.
You asked, I answered.
All right, 5 degrees, 9 degrees. It's still colder here. It's not as cold as it was, though, which is a little sus.
Oddly, I saw my breath when I was up
Like
When did you see your breath?
in the attic for like a
Oh,
second, like
no,
going up
you
the
don't-
steps.
I was gonna say, I saw my.
That's warmer. It's like 10 degrees. Hey, it's freezing in the attic.
Of course it is. Are you serious?
After I walked all the way up there to get the damn
Are you
car.
serious? Yes, I am. Oh my
That's
god.
crazy. I saw my breath down here, but
It was 10 degrees. Like it went from like 5 degrees to 10 degrees to freezing.
oh lord. Gotta love the room boundaries.
What a butthole. Don't call
Yeah,
him Shirley.
Emily's a real butthole.
Let's skeet up bottom. All right, on the way down. Let's see what else do we have. Do we have anything in the hallway I can bring? Yoink, yoink. Meow. What do you think about the new Tanglewood? Oh, it's great. New Tangle's great. What is the ghost name? The ghost name is Emily Myers. Emily Myers. Little Pumpkin, thank you for the follow. Mr. Copper, Gamer, welcome in, friends. Why are the characters' hands so big when holding the EMF reader? Because they have large hands. Maybe we don't judge people based on, you know, features of their body. Let's start there. What do you got, cuh?
We got freezing, cut.
Well, I knew that part. All right, I'm bringing a smudge. All right, got this. I got this. I have an extra hand. I'll bring the other dots. Hey, Vlad, welcome in. Love it when I get my ghosty in the other room upstairs, the one with the crystal ball. Oh, yeah, I never get the ghost up there, like ever.
Oh, it's so far.
Listen, it's just, it makes me laugh every time when I hear Leona say it. When are you thinking about playing Minecraft again? Oh, I don't know. Great question. Ghosty, ghosty. Give me the news. What the shit? It hasn't walked in anything. Are you... Is it here?
Can't freaking find him.
What the hell? You better not be stuck. I swear to God. It's free. It's -3. Here, I'll use this one and start looking. Up. I had a hit. I got a hit.
What?
There we go.
Whoa, got a hit.
Whoa. All right, good deal. Hey, Rixie, thank you for the follow. Son of a bitch.
Do we have
Go
UV?
UV.
Come on, Ghosty. We have hiding here by chance?
Is this a shade?
No.
Oh, who
Is
sings
it
that
Nuka
song?
Dave's shade?
Yeah, we'll be here for 20 hours.
Okay, there we go. Walkie, talkie.
There, you wanted your 3 hours game? You're gonna have it.
No, why no?
Instead of we played Apex Street.
Oh my God. This is the map that never ends. Okay, so no UV. We have freezing. Is freezing the only thing we have?
No orbs. Yup.
Oh my God.
The
Yarp?
ghost
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to turn that on.
way is out and upside down.
What the hell?
I don't know. That's what they said.
Is there drops to this game anymore? Not to the 16th. What's upside down?
I don't know. That's what the ghost asked. Gotta listen to the recording. They said.
Uh.
Yeah.
Dark, which way is in? What?
something inside. They
Which way
said
is
something about the
it?
upside down.
Tell me which way is out. Upside down. That's what I heard.
Maybe we should go to the attic bedroom and like wait for things to happen there.
Yeah. Might be the way.
Did we try the spirit box with just one person?
Probably not.
Haven't tried, no.
All right, I'll go downstairs. Hey, what's up, Harvey? First time watching live. All the YouTube videos. Appreciate you, man.
No spirit box.
Well, then I got nothing.
Hey, what you writing down there?
My memoir.
What's it called? Is that a sacrifice player?
Where's the sausage?
You'd have to stock that.
Dear Diary. What map is this? It's Bleasdale. I have a hiding spot, by the way. That's what Doc... It was in Doc's name, okay? I was trying to think of the first thing that Doc would want, and I feel like that's what he would want. How you doing today? I'm doing good. We are playing viewer games, and I always do my viewer games on professional. The typewriter should play Adrift. Sausage check. Ghostie's not doing any talking. It's like those movies in retro. Way to go.
What? What?
Somebody just tripped the power.
Oh, shit. I don't know. Leona and I are up here having a beautiful conversation.
Oh yeah? What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about which posters are we gonna hang in our rooms.
Oh, from the ones you see on the wall right there?
Yeah.
Not the Adventures of Johan and Larry? No, that's a song. That's different. Johan and Larry. Did it do anything yet?
Not a candle.
One candle.
What if I put this over here? Ghosty, you suck. Ghost Knight, how are you? Still freezing, and that's literally all we have, right? Hi, Carrie.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Duh.
It's here.
All right, at least we have 3 videos.
All right, let me put this over here. It's walking over
Get
here
out of
a
my
lot.
head. I was about to do that.
I know. It's walking over this area a lot. Can't be a Goryo, so we don't have to worry about that. Hey, Jenny. Miss anything? Just a couple games.
Oh, sound.
That doesn't
Nice.
sound like a groan.
It's not touching the book. It's not showing dots. I mean, all right. Thank you, Drifter. And now to make dinner. Thank you, Bella. Have a good one, friend.
This is a shade.
Why do you suck? Where are you? Are you here?
No.
Where are you?
Leaving.
Where the hell are you? Where's Rachel? Hey, Pumpkin, how are you? God damn it. This was Megan Hunt at this point.
Something.
Hey, what's up, Marty? Yeah, you like jazz? Your name isn't Rachel, but it says Rachel in your name. What do you mean?
If it's a shade, we need what? EMF 5 in writing?
Watch this actually be a shade. I hate it here. Watch this actually be a shade, and it's because of this. Yeah, I'll sit in here with you guys.
Yeah.
You guys don't mind if I watch some TV, do you?
No, go right ahead.
All right, thanks.
The 24.
Imagine you could actually like change channels.
How awesome would that be?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
fact that it doesn't exist and like the VHS, the VCR on Tanglewood. Come on now.
Yeah.
It saddens my heart. What's the brand of this TV? Oh. Uh-oh.
Sony Meridian.
That was weird. I got like too close or something to the TV and the static was still going, but the visual went away. It's fine now.
Writing, I just heard it.
Oh my God. So many missed opportunities. I'll just sit in the pretty room then. They're here. All right, so we know it's a shade. Roger that. Yarp. Ghost, you suck. We hate you. After the chance that Pam could crawl through the ghost coming out of the TV would be so cool. All right, the time.
I mean, there's family game night. Yeah.
We have CADs. Want to play some CADs? What do you mean rude? I'll turn the light on down there.
I didn't say anything.
There we go. When's a good point to go up to Nightmare? Because I want to try it, but I'm only level 45. The way that I always tell people what you should be doing is playing pro, but get 2 evidence. Don't get 3. Purposefully don't get the 3rd evidence and try to figure out the ghost.
Of course it is.
Oh, shit.
Leona!
What?
What are you doing?
Are we going?
We're playing Uno.
I'm waiting in the attic bedroom.
Well, unless you can somehow pull the cards from up there, it's not going to work.
Oh, I can't.
Fine.
Oh, we still need a photo of the EMF.
That's fine. Oh.
Death card!
What up, cuz?
What up, kid? They've got the death card.
Permit, blue.
Oh, I could have taken a video of that.
Yeah, Sag. Whose turn is it?
Oh, I don't know. I just went.
Hey, Kirst, how are you?
Wheel of Fortune.
Which one? It could be any.
Green.
Death.
Or noir.
Oh, there we go. Now it's hunting. Emily, you suck. McShady pants.
Hello?
Oh, it's Rhonda.
Oh, Rhonda.
Oh, she's going to the bedroom. Damn. I'll peek.
Fart.
Did you say you'll fart?
No. I asked, is it over?
I thought you said, I'll fart.
Oh!
It's like, damn, dude, that's a small closet. Get out of here. Okay, you guys heard that too? Damn. Trying to hotbox people? What's wrong with you? I think Rhonda went to the kitchen to get coffee. It looks angry. A little bit angry. All right, there we go. I think it's my turn.
Yes.
Da moon.
The sun, fool.
What ghost is that?
Fool.
Oh, what ghost do we have? It's a shade.
Are you? Oh my god, hey,
Oh. Oh my
now.
god. Never heard somebody sound so
So
crushed
upset for
from
not getting the
hangman.
hangman card.
Permit.
Kermit. That's what I just got. We taught Leona what crop dusting is in her. Like,
Uno. Wheel of Fortune.
so,
red.
Leona, I heard that you learned what crop dusting was the other day.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was like, there's like a saying for that, like crops dusted, crops, dusting the crops.
Damn kids keep crops dusted.
God.
What does the flash keep mooning with the cards? What do you mean? All right. Well, it's a shade. Boo. What a butthole.
Shade.
I guess we could call it Dusty's Trail. That's a good point. What ghosty? A shade. Very unfortunate. Motion sensed. F you.
This is a shade. Sing it with me.
So
This
Shade is
is
marked.
a
I brought
shade.
Odin. In honor of Nuke, I brought Odin.
Okay. Oh. Ghosty doesn't want flash. Wait, doesn't want flash to what?
Welcome back. I've got
Yikes.
some jobs ready for you.
Absolute yikes. All right, where to? Musty's
Garden
Trail.
boner.
Excuse me?
Whoa.
There's bone in the garden.
What the f did you just say? Oh, the bow was in the garden. Oh, it just
painful.
registered.
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Got it. What if we did a normie map? Or do you guys want to do a
Normie
large map?
map?
It's up to you.
I am fine with anything.
I'm also fine with anything.
I'm good
Juno
with
King?
Normie.
All right, cool. I'm down with it. We could do we could do large maps with some of the other groups. I'm cool with that. Normie! Oh, hey, Norm! Our mission is to get... Wait. Is it quiet? Oh, okay. Thought we had a blood moon there for a second. How many
Just a
prestige
little
are there?
bit, yeah.
20. Alright, I'm gonna leave this here. I'm ready.
I was told he can like blink at you.
Lies. No, he can't. Can he?
Really?
If
Power's in the garage.
Roger that. I don't know about all that jazz. I mean, I've never seen him blink.
Yeah, me neither.
If I'm holding him and he blinks at me, that'd be some creepy shit. All right, let's go.
We run.
Let's go.
I still went to open the door left or right. It's never gonna.
Good job.
Norm's gonna tell. Well, oh, I wonder if Norm can talk when you're holding him.
Ooh.
Like if the ghost tries to interact with it. Imagine if that's how I
That'd be
find out where the
cool.
ghost is.
Or if the conch cell goes off if you're holding it.
Oh, that'd be so great.
There is orbs in the room by the front door.
The bedroom. Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, the puzzle room.
Puzzle room.
Yeah, I don't know
Alright.
what this room is
All right,
now.
Norm. Do your thing, boss. I have not gotten the conch noise yet. You know what? I'm gonna go get the shell right now. If I'm being gaslit and this doesn't actually do anything, I swear to God.
Okay.
Oh, it's setting the,
Oh,
setting
this
the,
is
mood,
that
setting the mood.
interaction?
Let's go. Oh, the hobby room. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oops. Tap the window.
It's just my jam. What about the window?
It tapped the window.
Oh, did it? Oh. All righty.
Oh, scribbles.
Riding. Let's get more stuff. It's what the Ouija board calls it. Yeah. I've got like the map. What the hell?
Flash.
you're, so-
You just flash.
you're such a sweat.
Only if you go back and forth.
Yes.
You're gonna be so sad.
Did Norm just talk?
Flash. No, but
The
it's messed
shell?
up with the puzzle.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay.
Oh, I didn't bring a shell in here.
Yeah, I brought it in there.
I'm gonna grab the shell. Oh, you put the shell in here?
Yeah, I already got it.
Okay. Assault. Ocean.
Should be on there.
I don't think we have UV.
You just flip the
But I
lights
can't.
on me.
It flippy lights.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Ghosty, can you make Norm or the shell make noise, please? Student viewer games? Yeah. Absolutely. We rotate after 2 games. We rotate 3 people in, 3 people out. Yep. All right. So far, we just have writing. Is that correct?
And orbs.
Yeah. Mayor everything. Mayor everything. Mayor everything.
Okay, we have all the video recordings.
Oh, he did it again.
Another flippery doodah.
Yeah.
You said flipped on the light though, right?
Yeah. When I touch the light switch, he immediately turned it off.
Oh,
The ghost is so hungry.
Oh, you think you got the ability?
Yeah.
I.
Oh, he did it again.
Well then.
It just did it. All right. Anyone else want to get a mayor ability? Huh? Going around.
Where are you?
Here, I'll get out.
Are you here?
Oh, yep.
Are you near? Where are you?
Right here.
No, I'm right here. Stupid
you're
ghost.
Right there. It's a mare.
Wow. Oh my God, it did it
happening?
again.
Oh my God.
Wow. What a
You know
nice,
how many
what a
times
nice
that
mare.
happens? Never.
Never. Never. Not like
Never,
this. We've gotten the ability like 4 or 5
Never.
times already.
Yeah.
Like what?
you,
Oh,
you
okay.
Try, you try and nothing happens.
I was like, it's gonna do it, and it didn't.
That's okay. Well, there is a 10-second cooldown on the Switch, so you do have to let it breathe a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
What headphones do you use? They're Arctis
Breathe.
7s, Steel Series. See, watch. This is what you do. You go 3, 2, 1, ka-chow. Oh, damn it. Thought I had it.
Alright.
I tried. It still hasn't messed with the conch. It hasn't messed with... Okay. It hasn't messed with Norm. Winder touch. Heard that. Can we play if I don't have a mic? No. No. It's definitely preferred that you have a microphone. Yeah, if you read the rules, it should tell you. Toasty Sam, thank you for the 3 months. Rain, thank you for the 27 months. And Mox, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you guys. Ghosts are stinky. All right, you little stinky
Alright.
stink.
Oh,
we still
enough
need
with the groaning.
25. We need crucifix and we collect. Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
Nice.
What the hell was that
Okay.
noise?
All right, sounds are done.
Yeah, we just need to
It sounded like a
sanity
mouse. What the hell was that?
cleanse.
And we need one more picture. We can get the crucifix.
Oh, was it the toilet seat?
Alright. That should be the media. No, I think it's the
I'm gonna
recorder
I'm gonna get a crucifix.
humming.
No. I heard like a squeak, and it definitely was the toilet seat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm gonna hold Norm.
I just hear
Make Norm
static.
talk in my hands. Come on.
Hey, does somebody have an extra smudge? back
I've got
here?
one on me.
I have one.
I
in
brought
there.
the extra one and it's on the floor.
Ghost, you suck.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't want to be away from it if it does things and stuff, you know? Nice try. It's had to have done it at least 4 or 5 times by now.
What's it done?
The ability?
The mayor ability.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Leona and I've gotten it to turn it off and on like 4 or 5 times at least.
It's a very eager mare.
Yes, and if that's the only crucifix we have, then it's about to do its thing.
Yeah.
I'll give it some room to breathe. How do we join? Do exclamation point rules, and it'll give you all the information, friend. What was that? Did it just event? Oh, it's eventing right now.
It slammed the front door.
Here it comes.
No, it's just me. It's
No,
okay.
here it comes.
Here it comes.
See, look, she thinks it's funny. Oh, Lord, it coming. Gotta. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Their life
think
alert
the
stopped
desync got it.
working. Oh. Yikers. And it kicked the power. What an a-hole.
Alright, I'm just gonna cleanse it and we could go.
Roger that. Do we know what the coast was?
Flash.
What?
Here!
I am here.
Okay, with the what?
Hey! I might not have enough sanity for this, though. Okay, dude.
Did he just?
Okay, dude. All right. No, it's fine. It just did it.
She's like, no, you're not doing it.
Oh my God.
Stop.
Most obvious mare. I'll take it. Damn.
Oh my
God.
She
Damn,
said
huh?
no. Oh, hello, plate.
What the hell, cuz?
What the hell,
Ay, caramba. I gotta see this.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Perfect investigation, cuz.
It used its ability 6 times.
No.
Damn. It wasn't having
I
it.
think the desync got you really.
I think it
You
was
had a
too.
smudge on you. It was just
Yeah, always recommended to smudge
I smudged
earliest.
it. I got
Yeah.
stuck on the chair.
Oh no.
But yeah, it seems like they get you closer.
Yeah, those 2 end chairs stick out just enough to screw you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
looped
yeah.
in there much yet, but it hugged me.
It hugged me. Well, friends, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you for playing,
guys.
Flash.
We'll have to play more soon for sure. Yeah. Appreciate it, friends.
Bye,
Thank you. Bye,
bye.
Kurt.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my God. It's not like a request system, D. Yeah, there will be a channel point redemption that pops up for people to join. Yeah. Do I have ads coming soon? I might just run them now just to get it over with and do a little bit early. Because if I do that now, then it's just a guarantee that people won't miss stuff. And then we'll rotate the players out. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. We're going to go ahead and run ads just a smidge early. Okie dokie. Yeah. What are the maps? What do you mean? Oh, wait. Also, do I need to restart my game? Or do we know? No, they already shifted. Yeah, because we had Ridge. Yeah, they already shifted. Never mind. The event maps, they are Nels, Grafton, Willow, and Maple. Yeah. Watch about eating dinner. Ooh, let's go. Coffee talk? Let's do some coffee talk. All right. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, friends. I'm going to go ahead and run them now so that you guys don't miss the gameplay. And then after the ads are done, we'll rotate and then 3 more people can come in. Okie adokie. Yeah. I think that make the most sense. I think so. I don't know if I've ever had 6 mare abilities in one game. That might be the most that I've had. And we weren't even really purposely trying to get as many as we could. We were just flipping light switches and the ghost kept flipping them off. Don't forget to check on the lovely Josie. I know. I probably should go check on her right now. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go check on her right now while the ads are playing. Okay. But I will be RB. BRB. All right, she's good. She's basically passed out on the couch. She's doing just fine. The ghosties shall stream for us. What do you mean the ghosties streaming for you? Went to Prestige 1 on Phaz. Forgot to start back on Tier 1. Wait, what? Oh, you forgot that you do start back on Tier 1 and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You want to start figuring out how each ghost acts? Yeah, you should. If you want to learn to play the game, for sure. That's the way to go. Confluence, welcome in. Influencer. Do you know why the ghost shape-shifting video doesn't count towards get a video of the ghost? Because they never coded it to be that way. It's something that we've brought up many times. I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Hopefully it will. I think it should count. There's no reason it shouldn't. Virtual pets to Josie. Thank you. Is there a chance you get no ads? Yeah. Yep. It just depends on what the ads are. Remember one time playing Phaz, I got a Blood Moon event, was scared to actually go in and investigate. So I decided to chicken out and guess the ghost randomly. Managed to get it. Hey, let's go. But you threw away a Blood Moon. You threw away a Blood Moons. Oh no. All right, 10 more seconds and the ads are done, and then we'll do our thing. Okie adokie. I was gonna do ghost, I was gonna do both. I was gonna do ghost guessing and also do viewer, but I'm like, you know what? Let's not. I don't want to flood the chat if people are asking a bunch of questions and stuff. So, yeah. Average Fish, you have to be on Twitch to join the queue. Yeah. All right. We are back. So the next 3 that are coming in are going to be, let's see. Cause, Nocturnal, and Nocturne. You're up, friends. And then in the queue, we have Shane, Toasty, Break, Poulter, Jason, and Devil. Just so you guys know who's there.
Hello.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? Gonna fall asleep to the 24/7 channel. I appreciate you.
Oh, well, we can't have this. 2 nocturnes do the same thing.
That's what they say. And you both got in at the same time, which was, you know, quite a quinky dink.
One might think it was planned.
Judith. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Doing good. Let's do the things. All right, friends. You guys get to choose.
Prestiged recently.
Oh, yeah? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm only 2.
Oh, we got you covered. If you guys want to disable your Equip Monks Nova, I can make sure to
I could have
enable
prestiged
mine.
a lot sooner. I was at like 200 and something, but...
Oh, he was like Chinggis. He just did not want a prestige, and then eventually was like, fine, F it, I'll do it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get the equipment back, and then am I gonna want to prestige again?
Just go to level like 700 and then prestige again. It'll be fine. Delaney, thank you for the 3 months. All right, Willers, let's rock. Everyone wants the smaller maps. All the time, people talk about the large maps, and look what happens when it's time to choose the map. You choose a small one. Happens every time. Why? We're just waiting. No. We're just waiting for our friend. I can help with that. See what the. See, no. Just give it a second. All right, we go that. What do we have? Incense, 3 photos, and
Keep freezing every time I come in the van for some reason.
oh, interesting. All right.
But then it's like fine after it freezes.
Ah, gotcha. I don't care how many people have in the lobby. I'm never touching the high school. All right. I'm ready to photograph whatever happens to you, okay? Bastards.
I think it's in here.
Yeah. Basement. Nothing there. You made an account for the game? Like you downloaded the game? Sweet.
Phone's in the bathroom.
Roger that. Ghosty. Choose Sunny Meadows? Sunny Meadows is a great map. I don't care what anybody says. Sunny Meadows is a wonderful map. Ghosty. It feels so much later than it is right now. Just because we started a little bit early.
I think it's downstairs.
Ah, of course it is.
Yeah, it's in this room.
Shocker.
Yeah.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this light off. I'm going to get a levitating object photo. You ready for this? Come on, do it. Come on, do it. Ooh.
That says we're upside down again.
Ah, classic. It's not going to do it. Oh. Haha, yeah, let's go. I got it.
Nice.
Got the book midair. Oh, that's a 5er.
That's a 5er?
EMF 5, friends. Well, I got the oh, footsie doodles. And then when it touches the door, I'm going to get that photo as well. Go ahead, do it. You won't touch the door, nerd. Do it. How can I join? The channel points whenever it becomes available. It's a queue system. Okay, we get it. You like that, but I need you to like the door. Cursed? Oh, yeah, I could do that. That's true. I haven't even seen what the curse is. You know what? Instead of waiting for that, let's go find it. If it's not the Ouija, it's not the circle. Spirit box. There, maybe it's Frank.
Hello?
Galoo.
You said what was a spirit?
See, we had ultraviolet, EMF5. It is a Galoo. Prevent a hunt and repel. Roger that. What'd you do to Frank? I didn't do anything to Frank. He's taking a nap. He had a long night last night. We have EMF5, we have Spirit Box, and we have UV. We got all the tings. Looks like he drank too much. Yeah, it was just a long night. Sunny Meadows has that right blend of being a large map that can be easy to navigate once you learn it. And it's such an interesting map. So that's what makes it so fun. All right. I have a smooge. You have a smooge. Everybody has a smooge. There we go. Me too, Frank. Me too. That's all of us, little buddy. We could force the... We could force the crucifix.
Ones are done.
Just finished playing Willow. And you had a Gallo as well? Nice. Because we have Franklin.
It did.
Alright, so you have crucifix in here.
They stepped in salt already.
Yeah, it's behind you. The salty stepped in.
Ah. Is it in the room right now?
So I'm not getting a video of that one then.
Well, here, do you want to film the crucifix?
Oh yeah. Where is it? Is it on the floor? Oh yeah.
You see the crucifix?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
As long as it doesn't blow out that firelight again. Okay.
That would be annoying. Turn this EMF5 off.
Yeah, I got the crucifix.
Nice. All right, we have all the photos. We need 2 videos. You've got burned, motion, fire. I mean, the ghost showing up would be pretty rad. Why is it being... It's not... Okay. Say, it's not being shy with items. It's just being shy with actually showing up. The bone's still broken as Sunny. I think so. Wildfire thing for the 5 months? What?
The ghost can't take all the nocturnal stuff.
Oh. There's too many of you. It's like, please, just leave me alone.
I don't think I got it. Damn it.
You bunch of
I did
bullies.
something and it didn't. Go on. There's so much beeping in here.
No, it's fine. Ghost event in 3, 2, 1. Has it evented yet?
Can we use the cursed item or
Good
something?
Lord. No, I used the voodoo doll to get the crucifix, actually.
Huh?
Yeah, so we did that already.
Oh, I don't need that. I already got that.
Not a single event yet. No, not one.
Here, Nelly Nelly.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Over to the right. Quick, switch on the wall beside you. Go for it. Why'd you smudge?
I thought it was hunting.
I was like, what the hell? There's an event.
I may have panic smudge.
Everybody's freaking out, man.
I thought it was hunting. Now I don't have a smudge.
That's okay. You'll be fine. Quick, the switch on.
You said here it comes. I don't know. There wasn't any context to what it was.
Well,
doing.
it instantly started walking. That's why I thought you knew that it was a event. I'm sorry. You smudged yourself. That's okay. There's no, you don't get a, okay.
Object frame, but I need one more video.
The link is a website where you see the code. You don't get a link to join the queue. You use the channel point redeems to join the queue, but it's full right now. What you doing, Ghosty?
doing nothing.
It is doing nothing.
Isn't it meant to be enraged now? Enraged.
Ghosty. It's not walking around in here either. I always panic smudge when it does the light bursting event. There's some events that seem... Uh-oh.
Did it move?
Oh, wait. Ooh, do you have the video camera?
Where is it?
In here?
Oh no, it
behind you.
recorded.
Too late.
It recorded the fire extinguished.
Good night. See you, Momo. I mean, have a good day at work, friend. You got this. I believe.
Why were there so many firelights?
Here, I'll bring the firelights out here. I believe.
I think it's going to event again.
All right. We need one video. And then repel it while it's chasing. We do need to do that.
I think if we take the toys away, the door.
If we take what away?
Nope, never mind.
It's a hunt.
Oh no!
They fall down. How many games? 2. Oh, they fall down.
You want boom?
They go boom. They fall down. It's not walking here either. What?
I think they're throwing things.
I just smudged it.
Oh, no,
That should have
what
hit it.
door is that? Got the door.
Okay. Oh shit. Wait, do we have smudges left?
I don't. You?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, there goes that. All right. Well,
Unless there's still one on the truck. I don't know if Nocturnal had one.
whoopsie daisies. I wanted to buy us time so you get everybody out, but oh man, I was worried about keeping everybody alive, except for the person that didn't live. You know what I mean? Give them some floor love. They go chokey. They go boom. I'm on the list, but unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to play anymore. Is there any way that I can maybe off the? I think if you do exclamation point leave, Toasty, it should take you off the list. If not, I can take you off. Oh, all right. Well, make sure you got Galu. Let's get out of here.
Need more smudges.
Oh, it does work. Yeah, Game Boy, if you check your whispers, it should be in your whispers. So you should have a new message. We just took it out of the chat so it wouldn't get spammy.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, you fall down, you go boom.
Worth it.
Worth it. Listen, everyone had fun. That's all that matters. All right, where are we going? Dinner's ready. Bye for a bit. See you, Violet. Hey, join the queue. Do exclamation point rules. If you read through that, it'll tell you everything you need to know, friend.
Well, that was an event.
But the
map,
queue
I
system
didn't
is
know.
based on the channel point redeem that pops up.
Did it just change to an event map now? Where it was when we went there?
Well, they changed about like an hour ago, I think. Yeah, it was definitely Nels, Grafton, Willow, Maple before you guys joined me. Cool, Woodwind. Woodwind. EMF
Sure, why
fart
not?
level 5. What the hell? All right, let's go to Woodwind. You settled on that name. You said this is it for me, and you just went with it. Listen, don't break your back about it, okay? He'll be here. He said he'll be here. He'll be here, okay?
All right, we're here.
Hello, can you go?
Look at the
Quag.
equipment and prepare accordingly before
Nice.
starting the
All right,
investigation.
I'm going to do Kara. Sound.
Okay, let's try to repel this time, guys.
Okay, all right. You should be able to play. Awesome. You didn't leave, did you? Okay, good.
Repelled the yellow.
Quag. Say orbs. Orbicle is like right here. Yeah. All right. We do
I feel
not
like it
need
looks
this.
unusually dark in here.
There we go. Ready for sounds. We got a frog. You see what spot we have, though? You guys see what we have? Tell you what, I'm going to go get a firelight. It's so much more fun when you have 4 people. It does make it a lot more entertaining as a group, for sure. All right. There we go. I'm going to grab a smudge. The life barrels. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a lighter. Almost made a mistake. We're good. Wait, did I grab? God damn, falling apart. I get the tier 2 headlamp. Why the tier 2 dots? I did that for the event. It's a lot easier to get the bunnies that way. Yeah, I got it. All right. I'm ready for sounds. Oh, it's over here chucking stuff. Ooh. Oh, it's laughing at us. Where the ghost always finds you? Yeah, but almost 100% safe over there. Ghost fart. No. Wait, can I get this too?
That must have been a powerful
Oh,
fart.
bitch.
No one got a fire extinguisher duplicate. I was already doing the video.
Camera.
All right, now do the firelight. Ghosty's so antsy.
Delete the duplicate.
Oh, duplicate. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Video camera go.
The ghost is too passive and you try to roll out a spirit. You can waste 1 smudge, 250. Makes all the ghosts smudge and only spirit in the next 90 seconds. Oh, yeah. No, I know all the tricks for the spirit. Or if the ghost is just a butthole, it's usually a spirit. What you doing? Go potty?
Looking for bones.
Oh, okay.
Got summoning circle.
Ghosty. Here, let's light the fire for them. You son of a bitch! The second I walk away. Oh, you dirt. Oh.
Ghost writing.
Got it. Nice.
Just got that in time.
Yeah. So we have orbs and writing.
We got video.
Oh, Mayor Revithay. That's cute.
I has the bone. Nice.
We have ghost writing and orbs. Bastard. Does the campfire count as a firelight for the Rio? I think it does. Cornhole. That was a hell of a toss. I threw that from over there. Ka-chow. I'll just sit here and hang out. What you guys doing? To make you a s'more? I got you.
Take a picture of the writing.
Nice.
In the temperature.
Come on it. Making
It's still
s'mores.
6
Roasted
degrees.
marshmallows.
I'm making a beer s'more.
It might not be freezing because it's still 6 degrees right now.
Damn it.
Can it be spirit box still? We didn't press spirit box, did we?
No, I don't think so.
I brought the spirit box over, but I didn't try it.
Oh. I'm trying to get a beer stay up there. Who doesn't love a beer s'more? Oh, man.
Could be a new drink flavor for you, Flash.
beer s'more? Add that to my gross flavors.
Yeah.
What is the highest difficulty you would go? I mean, I've done APOC 3. I've done the hardest you can do. All right, so we do not have... Wait, do we have 2 fire extinguishers? Why are we trying to delete that?
I have no idea. Somebody started the vote.
Ah, okay. Look how it might explode. It's fine.
We have all the photos.
Roger that. God damn it. What if I do, like...
You mean the delete on the...
What if I gave it a base, you know? Gave it a base, and then I put the beer in there. Shit.
Am I totally blind? Where's the spirit box?
I don't know.
Just open your eyes, though.
That's the problem.
Macy! Just shaking it up, I know. Shaking up the beer. Hey, hey, careful, careful, careful. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get over here. Come here. Stay to the left. Stay to the left. All right. Ready? Ready? Yeah, you stay there. You stay there. Me and the ghost will hang out. Get out of here, you little shit. Nobody wants Eddie. Go home. No. Back off. Little ankle biter piece of crap. All right, you're good. Is that a Revy or a Thay?
I don't think it was a Revenant, right?
I don't know. Did it have line of sight the entire
Good
time?
question.
I just heard a spirit box, didn't I? Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, it was spirit box.
That's a
Okay,
mare?
You found it. He's saying that was spirit.
Oh, that's a mare. It's a crawler.
Did someone say that was Spirit Box?
Yeah, I just heard it.
I did the spirit box. It gave the thing.
Yeah, I just heard it.
It sounded super fast.
I don't know why that's. I mean, I guess the line of sight was long enough, but holy hell.
Yeah.
I knew it wasn't a Thay, I guess, because it did speed up a line of sight, but all right. It did seem faster. That was super
Is it
strange.
a map?
Well done.
Yeah. Yeah. We have all the evidence for it. We have spirit box, we have orbs, and we have writing. Indeed, indeed.
Oh, it's a perfect game.
I like it.
Great job, everyone.
I dig. Nice. I still don't understand the barrel trick. It's hopefully they fix it at some point, but it exists and they don't care that people use it. Writing eliminates mimic. That is absolutely correct. Wow. Perfect game though. GG's team.
I can zoom in on that one.
Zoom in. Thank you guys for joining the games. I appreciate you.
Well, thanks for letting us play with you.
Of course.
Thanks.
I will see you guys in chat. Appreciate you, friends.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Up next, we have Shane, Toasty, and Break of Daylight. So this game might get a little stinky. I'm not saying why it might get stinky. I'm just saying, you know. I wasn't talking about you. Why do you think I was talking about you? All right, 3 more spots are available, friends. If you have already played, I definitely always ask if you have already played to make sure you allow others to join in to try our best. But yeah, Shane, Toasty, Break, you guys should have the code. What do you mean, sure? What? No, thank you guys for joining. Just got the achievement for escaping a Revy. Hey, let's go. Oh, it was a mimic. Oh, that's even better. Hello?
Look at this, dude.
Oh my God. They'll just let anybody in here.
Look at what the cat drank.
Look at what the cat puked up. How is it going, friendos? How are we?
Hello.
Should add a timeout for the channel
You know, we
point, like your
exist,
lights.
So.
What do you mean? For which one, 6 foot? All right, where are we going?
I have the perfect map for you.
Listen,
Oh no.
I'm down.
Wait, I was gonna do that one.
See,
because
look,
he was
everybody
talking about a lot
likes it.
He was talking about the big maps, and I was like, you know what? We'll do one.
Listen, the other day I had somebody that over and over, like the whole day was dedicated to playing event maps. And they're like, prison. Are you playing prison? What about prison? You should play prison next. Hey, have you seen prison? Bro,
Hey, have you ever
please
heard of
stop.
prison?
It's not an event map. It's never going to happen. Shut up.
That would be so
Oh my
crazy,
God.
though, if it was an event
If they
map.
made
Think
one of
about
the
how
larger
many
maps,
eggs.
that'd be cool. Like, just like
That would
a
be-
single event and you only concentrate on a large map.
That would be crazy.
That'd be pretty fun. A stream without some. We'll play Sunny Meadows at some point, I'm sure. Let's all go to the prison. Okay. You've only played it once. Again, when you're playing with a full group, all the larger maps become way more entertaining, way more fun, for sure. You ever done prison? Heard it's pretty cool. All right, let me do a quick Orby check.
My voice working now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. I don't see anything in the blocks. All right. I don't see nothing. All right, we got to go find it.
Okay. This ghost is going to be upstairs in the warden's office?
No, it's going to be downstairs. It's going to be visitor. I got this.
Okay.
Okay. Watch this. I'm going to go in there and get spirit box.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doubling down. They are going to give us a one-time event. This is very true. I don't know where that event's going to happen, but they are going to do it. Angel, how are you? Welcome in. What do we got? Oh, God, again, cards. Why?
You mean after we get done
They like Uno.
with prison, we get to have family game night? This is the best day ever.
Best day ever. If it throws something in here, I'm going to lose it. It doesn't look cold enough, but doing good. How are you? I'm good. Damn it. I was hopeful.
I'm gonna wait. Did anybody look where the power is?
No.
No. I always forget you can see on
Yeah, I forget about it. I forgot. Hey, Tashi, how are you? Yeah, I kind of forgot. Dude, indeed. Have a good night, Zappini. It says out of stock. Once you play once in the night, it should say out of stock. Oh, so to do that, I mean, I'm sure there's a way that I could do that where, you know, that's actually not a bad idea. But have it where it logs the people that were in the queue. I guess it would just need to recognize that somebody played.
I haven't heard anything on Parabolic either.
Yeah, I don't hear anything yet either.
Hey, so the power's upstairs. I got it in just a sec.
Roger that. You did say that you think the ghost is upstairs too, right? Just because for shits and kicks?
Yeah, so the power's by the warden's office, not in the warden's office, just next.
Okie dokie. Work a bit of be lurking. I appreciate you. Let's go upstairs. You need a click to redeem passcode kind of thing? Well, no. Basically, what would need to happen is because I have a system in place where, like, I have a queue, right? I can see who's in the queue. If a player gets pulled into the active queue, then at that point, it would recognize, hey, this person has played. No longer can they play. And then it would need to be where they personally cannot redeem it. Now, the issue with that is that I can't make the channel point go away for one person and show for another. It would have to show all the time. And the reason I like it right now is because it's just a really simple off on. Like, you know that you can't join the queue because you literally can't even try. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have tried to find it like this.
Someone didn't summon a prison shade, right?
What does someone need to do to be able to join? There's a queue system. It's just closed right now, or full. I'll go spooky ghost hunting and toe collecting. Hide defeat. Well, no, there's no toe collecting right now.
I don't think it's up here.
You promised.
I know. I lied.
I like the current system more than the
I'd
Tiger
say.
from before. I like this one too. It's just easier to understand. I'll just follow around and check for time. What has anybody checked A block?
Heading there now, actually.
I just thought about that. I was like, I don't think any of us have actually been over there yet.
I don't think we've been.
How's it going, Luca? Prison Gorio. Anything look out of place?
Nope.
Nope. Might as well check while I'm here. When in Rome. Nope. It's the woes. Sometimes they play in the large map. Sometimes it takes 1,500 years to find it, but that's okay. It's part of the game, man. Hermonity, thank you for the follow. What's happening today? We're playing with viewers. Bro.
Did anybody turn on the light?
Well, that's a very open-ended question.
I know, but I heard it on parabolic, and I was trying to figure it out if it
Oh.
was us or the ghost.
Hey, it's freezing.
Yeah, I got bread.
We have freezing upstairs, A block. Last place. Literally the last place we checked.
Of course.
What a butthole.
You gotta look in the last place first,
Here,
Flash. We know
I'll bring you a
this.
toy. I might have to turn the lights off, though. Angel Creed, thank you for the sub. When is the next time I'll do this? It's typically I do it once a month if we reach our goal on the purple side. On the tweesh.
Well, anybody have a clean pair of pants?
Not on me, but I'm sure we can find some somewhere. All right, want to try that spear box?
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm right here.
Spirit box?
Oh, did you get spear box?
Yes, we did.
Spirit box and freezing. Moroi, Onryo, Mimic, or twins?
Spirit box and writing.
Writing? What?
I guess we don't need UV then.
Did you say we have writing?
Yeah.
Oh, we have Moroi then because we have freezing too.
Roy, yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Groovy. Turn some lights on for him.
Well, for not finding it for a very long time, we at least figured it out real fast.
Hey, yo, I'll take it.
Yeah, that
It
was
saved us some
quick.
time. You guys okay?
Very much not okay.
Oh, is it hunting?
I think
No.
it. Oh, I think it was.
I think someone
Was
died.
hunting.
Uh-oh.
Was past tense. Used to be no more.
Yeah, I saw that light turn off. I was like, oh.
Oh no. Oh, friend down. Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know where.
Wow. Well, the ghost has him now. Fall down, go
I
boom.
didn't hear a death though.
The person you're with who's using the spear box kind of sound like Batman. I'll take it. Friend, go bye-bye. Take their shoes. Oh my god. Well, it shows what kind of prisoner you are. What the
I know
hell?
we don't need UV, but I brought Salt up for a video.
There you go.
I found them. They're licking the wall.
Excuse you? All right. If those lights go off in the next like 10 seconds, we've lost another one. I think we lost another one.
Oh,
Everything
no, we're down
okay?
another? We're down another.
Is she also licking the wall?
I don't know. She ran down the stairs.
We do have cards to potentially try to bring them back.
Ooh.
Hope it was a great night. Enjoy the games. Good night, Callie. Nikki, welcome in. How are you? Lone Wolf, how was the stream? I am not even near them. You can't even try. I wasn't in the room for either of those deaths. How dare you? How dare you? I wasn't even there. Did I just start this? The stream? No. No, we've been going for like 2 hours. Careful, SpongeBob! That's what all the killers say. Hey, listen here, you bunch of turds. What happened to them? Well, the first one, I don't know what happened to him. Also, I think Break was like paying attention to the fact that the player model was like licking. Oh, look, a coffee. Oh, that's a ghost. Oh man. Is this Break? Or is that both of my friends? Oh man.
Well,
They fall down, they go
try
boom.
the cards.
We could try the cards. I'm putting crucies down to protect us a little bit, just in case Ghosty spawns here. All right, let's give it a whirl. Come on, High Priestess, bring one of them back.
They're
Oh,
both
that's a
licking
moon
walls.
card.
Kinda
That's not what I
funny.
wanted. All right, you're up.
Oh, wait, where'd it go?
Right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The tower.
Oh,
Purple tower.
fun. That's the good card. Hermit.
What does the hermit do? I don't know.
It traps the ghost for 60 seconds.
Oh.
Like it can't leave the room that it's in.
Oh. Well, that's good for us.
Yeah, it's kind of useless.
The tower, but the Joker one.
Oh, cool. The useless tower card, even better. Wheel of Fortune green. Got 25 sanity back. Delicious. Yummy.
Okay.
Got mooned by the cards. I did.
Wheel of Fortune green.
Hey, let's go. 25 sanity rockers. Let's go. Hey, 25 more. All right, there we go.
Purple tower.
Okay. Oh my God. Wheel of Fortune green. Let's go. If you get a hangman, they're never gonna forgive me. You can't get a hangman, okay?
No, I got the sun. It was the last card.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, it's hunting. It's
hunting.
fine. It's fine. It's all the way across the map. We
don't-
just gotta wait for it.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's gonna come here.
I don't think so either. There's nothing else we can do.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Worst card to pull is the
It was like
hangman.
back to back too.
Pull.
It
Oh
was
yeah.
crazy.
The fact that she was like, "Oh, I found him. He's licking the wall." Go starts hunting and kills.
And then
him.
it started hunting.
If she would have gotten hanged man, it would have been really entertaining. But the entire team,
Coffee mug.
yeah, they got coffee, they got handcuffs. They're about to do some kind of party. Will they upload this video later? I mean, it's a live stream, so you'll be able to watch it back later. Yeah. Power going out.
That's like the top
Right
101.
about. Oh, I
Not-
forgot. We use the yeah. Flash has 75 and she has 100. Wait, did you pull a sun card?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why?
That means our collective sanity, both of us, it's above like 80.
And it's still hunted.
Regrind the Halloween trophy upgrade. Oh, but this this time on PC. I got you. All right. Well, let's get 73. Okay.
Yeah. that's
Not bad. I don't know what happened to those guys. Damn. Jeez. All right. Let's get out of here.
R.I.P.
Moroy. Yep. Reaps. Reaps. Happens to the best of them, man. There's not much we can do about it, okay? It's a yikes if I ever heard one.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
She was trying to make fun of you, saying you were licking the wall, and then the ghost was like, I got this. I got this.
I don't know if you've ever licked a
Wow,
prison
I was
wall,
just
but
Dating fact.
the snozberries taste
It's
like
funny because
snozberries.
you were put up against a wall too.
I thought
Not
it was
for me,
funnier
I'm
that Break
laying
was
face
far
down
enough
on the
away
floor.
from the hunt the first time that she could respond. Is everything cool? Everything's not okay.
It was very much not.
All
Yeah,
right,
I was right next to her, and I missed the downstairs and got stuck upstairs.
Oh, no. We tried to bring you back. We tried. No, there's no way to pick. It's random. The High Priestess card, random.
Okay.
Ooh, Sunny Meadows, okay. I'm down.
You wanted maps, you know?
Let's do it. It's a fun one.
You ready up?
Let's go. Let's go. Everybody loves Sunny Meadows. Who doesn't love Sunny Meadows? Oh, and it's foggy. That's even better.
I don't know who doesn't love Sunny Meadows. It's so
Great
weird.
map. Started this game because of me. You have me to blame? Well, I hope you've been enjoying it, friend. All right, we're not going to see orbs in any of these. We will see them in this, though, possibly.
Any orbs?
No, not that I can tell. I don't think we're that lucky. All right,
That's
I'm going to bring parathermers and there. All right. Out of all the maps in the game, this is the scariest map. I would probably agree. I think it is too. Downstairs left.
Okay, mister, I paid the doves.
What? I'm using a parabolic microphone.
We get family game night again.
Dude, we've had tarot every time.
Okay, how much did you pay them to give you tarot cards? Because I like hardly ever get them.
I swear to God, nothing. Maybe it's further down here.
You said left, right?
Yeah. Wait. Do you have EMF on you? Found it. But it's not that cold though.
You want to tell him that again?
It still is not, that doesn't make it cold.
He disagrees.
He's like, oh, it's ice cold. Check again. It's really not. It's 13 degrees in here.
I think maybe he's on the other side of the wall.
Oh, let me try again.
And he's just doing stuff in here?
Maybe. Because I checked before and it wasn't that cold. It's 7. It's here.
Okay.
It's the first room to the right.
Got it.
We didn't look to see where the power was. I'm going to go find it. Big mad about my comment? Yeah, I didn't like that very much.
Hey, when we pull the cards, can we hang out in my favorite room?
Is your favorite room the goo room?
Ew, absolutely not.
Damn, just speculating. What's your favorite room?
Pam's room with all the UV markings?
Oh, the pattern. Oh, yeah, for sure. We can bring the lanterns in there. We can make it all kinds of mood lighting in there.
Hey.
HBO Max added Alien movies. Oh, did it really? Let's go. Padded for our safety. Yeah. Yoink. I don't know. I thought a lot of people like the goo room. I thought maybe she did too. I don't know. All right, let's do we have any video cameras down there? There's one right there. I'll wait for them to drop it. I don't know if they try to say anything. I'm not really sure.
We have UV.
Someone's just walking around with a camera. I'm not exactly sure what they might be trying to get all the videos. All right, that's enough. Bring crucifix. I'm gonna bring a smudge too. Today's Friday. Today is Friday. Motion sickness overlord. I really like when someone's using a tier 1 head cam. It's actually a really cool view. I don't get to see it very often.
This firelight has been lit the whole time I've been down here, and it does not want to blow it out.
Really? Is it doing other stuff though?
Throwing stuff when I was down here by myself.
Ah, HR throwing
Is it a
stuff.
handprint?
All right, I'm bringing a crucifix. Oh, writing. Oh my god. Well, hello.
Okay, I'm gonna need some pants. That's one way to make your presence known.
And a new pair of shorts.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh.
So we have UV
That's crazy.
ghostwriting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Hey, you want to show up in dots, you butthole? I think it's personal. What did I do?
Yeah. Oh, we need a video. Okay. Cool. Photos are good.
No freezing.
If we're wanting stuffs.
We don't have an audio recorder with us, do we?
That's what I was about to ask. Do we have a sound recorder? I can go grab one.
Oh, I did say it wasn't cold enough. This is true. I'll hide back here. You go ahead and do what you're going to do. It's going to fart on you. Careful. Ghosty. What's his name? Jim Roberts. Jimothy. Demon Myling Poltio Bombo. I mean, you are throwing stuff. We have dots.
Well, dang.
Oh, Bumble.
Oh, Bumble.
Oh, Bumble.
Can
Hey.
someone please play the Obambo number 5 lizard song? Yes, I said Obama.
Sure. We're going to get somebody to sing it over the comms here in a second. All right. Somebody go ahead.
I don't.
In my life. A little bit of Rhonda by my side.
Hey, Ghosty, make some noises.
Oh my god.
Tried to get a
Ah, there you
video
go.
that he spawned inside of me.
Yeah. He is spawning very close. Danger close, if you will. Thank you for all the follows, by the way.
Yeah.
Nays, I appreciate you. Vix, welcome in. Hey, Flimsy Coyote, how are you?
You're very dark.
Never gonna get that dots video in that small room.
Yeah, you are. Watch. It's going to walk from the back of that room all the way to the front. Here it comes.
He's watching you. Just FYI.
Oh, is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Fair play.
Alright, well, Santa done.
He is indeed watching
Now we
us.
just need.
Okay.
Oh,
Here, I'll get this.
now we just need the achievements.
Achievements.
Okay, well, like the.
Oh, the side objectives. Oh no, it makes it feel better if you get them if they're called achievements. I like that. Good night, Supersonic.
I'm risking my life standing here for this video.
It's fine.
It'll come at us and we'll incense and spray
Oh.
'em.
Oh
I
no.
think we picked that up at the same time. Did
Oh,
you
boy.
take my hand? There you go.
You're good. I was just gonna see. I didn't know if it'd make it better. No, I guess not. I'm trying to get the most out of it. No, maybe
Yeah,
do what you
probably
did and just have
I
it go
don't
far.
know.
Have it from far
Yeah.
away.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Have you not seen this before? It's my favorite.
No, I've never seen this room before.
Yeah. Look.
Oh.
No.
Oh, they closed. Oh.
Okay.
Hello.
Listen, that was not necessary. We're having a
That's-
good time here.
Hey, so about that video
Yeah,
you wanted to
I
get.
got the video.
You're just here to ruin a good time.
All right.
All right.
Well, time to hit the old Dusty's Trail. Oh, Dusty's Trail. He's like, wait, what are we doing, guys? Are we pulling cards?
We hear you now? I want to hear you.
Oh my
You
god.
guys know that there's UV in here?
Have you guys seen the walls? Oh my god. All right, I do have a
There's still
smudge.
smudge in the truck.
All right, I've got mine on me.
Oh. Gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song.
We'll let him pull a card. All right, I'll wait for our
Oh,
friends.
that's so nice of you.
The timing, the second we get in there. All right, let's ride. No, there's no drops. There will be on the 16th. The 16th. Return then, friend. Oh, wrong room.
Oh, I was following you. I was not paying attention.
I wasn't paying attention.
Tired, okay?
I really wasn't. All right, do we have the lantern for some extra light in here just in case shit goes awry?
I do. I brought mood lighting.
Yay! All right, I'll turn that off. All right, who's up?
Oh, it's so nice.
There's
Okay,
evidence.
If I pull a hangman, remember me, all right?
All right, I'm going to record your death.
Will Fortune Green.
Oh, it tried to hunt.
I heard that.
The moon.
Ooh, spooky.
The tower, purple.
All right.
Oh, it's is it hunting?
Did they just
Where the
disappear on the
frick-
floor?
Okay, you saw what I saw.
I thought I heard
I got-
footsteps. I was
You
so
found 'em?
confused.
Yep.
Where?
Oh,
Oh.
guess careful where you place them.
Okay, wait. Is there anywhere to put them where they don't disappear? What the hell? Hold on. Nope. That
Well,
makes
it's
sense.
just
All right.
padded, you know, it's just singing into the padding, I guess. I don't know.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Oh, gotta go. Yikers. Let him get back to his room.
You just spawned him right in there and he went right for her.
Again, I don't want him to feel left out. Poor guy's been locked in that room for ages.
Yeah, he's lonely. I get it.
Poor Jim. All right. Think
He
he's
just
good?
needs a friend. Yeah, we gave
Nope.
him time to breathe. I think he might want us.
Did you hear the speed change? I don't remember how you said I would get the code when it's time. If you do exclamation point code, Kooky, it'll take you to the website. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh my god, Jim's awful spicy. Did you hear that speed change though? I don't think
I
I've
heard
ever
it
been
as it was
close
going
to
up the stairs.
That close
Yeah.
to an Abombo when
I
it
said that
changed
too.
speeds.
Oh, hey. I forgot there was a light in here.
Oh yeah, there is.
Kind of forgot about
Like
that.
a light switch?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I drew the devil, so I don't know whose turn it is.
It's my
I
turn.
think it's your turn.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Where are the
I
cards?
don't know.
Well, maybe that was it.
Oh wait, we didn't draw all of them yet. There's no way.
No, we only
No
did
way.
I'm scanning.
Did we take them with us?
Well, no, because I pulled the devil. It threw them on the ground.
Oh
right?
wait, I thought I saw.
I'm just.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy.
Oh no.
I'm terraforming. Hold on.
Okay, everybody go back to the position they were in when Flash was holding the cards.
Jim took the cards because we were leaving him
God
out.
dang it!
I
Spamming.
don't even see
Spamming.
like.
Spamming.
Oh.
Did you find him?
Did you find him?
Yeah.
Oh, he found him.
Oh.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna throw them right here.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Whoever's pulling might want to
Safety.
pull them outside the door.
Hermit fool.
There you go. Whose turn is it? Because I drew the devil card last. Yeah, so yeah, your turn.
Devil.
Oh my god.
He just keeps
Nice.
marching right
Okay.
in here.
He's smudged. We gotta give
No,
it.
that's okay. You smudged him, so we got some time.
We have a
sorry.
few seconds. No, that buys us
You
time.
scared me.
It buys us time. That was smart.
He likes to go straight for you. I'm not.
I know,
I would be
he's
rude
like,
too.
I'm targeted.
He like you.
Wait, where? Okay, hold on.
Good luck.
Right here.
They're right here.
Oh. Right here.
Oh, okay. The sun, but the Joker one. I think it's a Joker.
Okay.
Yeah, the fool.
Wheel of Fortune, red.
Oh, hey, you got us the 25%.
That is break.
average sanity.
Yeah, we have Shane, Break, and Toasty.
Death.
Gotta go. They smudged. Run.
I can't run.
There, go. Saved her life. I will never let her forget this. She's alive from my actions. Remember this day. No one died. Well, it's pro. If somebody would have died, it would have ended. The hunt would have already been over. I saved yours too. What if it randomly walked in here and just went straight to us? Oh my god. How do we join? Do exclamation point rules, Darsh. It'll give you all the information. Well, look who's alive because of Flash.
Listen here, Linda. I used all my stamina running into the back of the door. Like an idiot. I ran here and then I was like, give me a ram.
All right. Well,
Yeah, it was fine.
Cards are right there for whoever wants to pull them.
I think we just have one left.
You got this. Okay.
Beautiful.
I think
Well,
we have a
classic.
perfect.
It was a
We
fun
have to
time.
get the bone.
We do.
A
Did we
bone?
grab the bone?
Oh, wait, that's right. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's sitting right
It's-
there. I
it's
just don't know
true.
if we grabbed it.
We might have an idea of where it is.
Not sure.
What do we think it's going to be?
Wild
Jaw.
guess. Maybe
a
on the other
femur.
side of this bookshelf? What? Fabulous.
Crazy. I never would have thought it. Has to be a
Usually it's like a
miling in the
femur.
padded quiet room. What? Check, please. Yeah, Sunny Meadows is one of the easiest boner hunts you're ever going to get. What luck. I can't believe it was there. Hey, Serial, how are you? Gunpowder, welcome in. Roslyn, hello. Brass, welcome in. Alrighty. Get old Bombo number 5 in your book. See you, Joe. Have a good one. Hey, bye. HR, how are you? A perfect Sunny Meadows. Say what?
Very nice. GG's, friends.
Say what?
GG's.
Well, thank you guys for the games. GG's on the large
Thank you
maps.
for
Let's
having
go.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Have a good
Thank
one.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Up next. Let's see. We have Poltergeist, Jason, and Devil. You're up, friends. You should be able to reload your page and you should be able to see the code. Do you think you can beat an APOC 3 Blood Moon Revenant? Probably. Yeah. Add time check. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We might just let it roll. Yeah. I'll forever lick the prison walls now. You're stuck. That's just how that's going to be. Sorry. It's just the way it's going to have to be, man. All right. For right now with that, I am going to close the queue and then I'll reopen it if we have time. Status. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I hope my mic isn't too doo-doo butt.
No, it sounds perfectly fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Doesn't
Today,
sound
this is
bad
like
at all.
This is like the best birthday gift to me, dude. I was at work and I was like, no, Flash is doing live with viewers.
Is it your
And then
birthday today?
It is.
Well,
It is my
happy
birthday.
birthday. Did you get anything cool?
Thank you. I got your merch. I got a hoodie that I
Get
bought
out of
from
here.
you. I did.
That's awesome.
Arriving on the 14th.
Hell yeah.
Very excited.
That's cool. Let's go.
As you can see, I'm too scared to prestige. I'm level
There's
118.
nothing wrong with that. Listen, the only benefit to prestiging right now is the ID cards and the loadout slots. It's really just to challenge yourself. If you don't give a crap about that, there's no need for
No. I'm like,
Thank you guys
I'm
for
too
wishing them happy
attached to my
birthday.
tier 3 items.
I'd say keep it. If you're not too worried about trying to go to the next one and the next one, the next one, it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, who are we missing?
That's what I'm,
Let's see.
Oh, Edgefield, how I yearn for you.
We're missing Jason. Where's Jason?
Edgefield, huh?
God, it's about time. What took you so
Edgefield.
long?
Edgefield. Oh, Edgefield.
Edgefield. Well, we haven't done Edgefield yet.
Oh, Edgefield, take me home.
Take me
home to Edgefield. Take me home.
Hello.
Hello.
Why aren't you answering me?
You made him sad.
I'm choking on my sadness.
You're gonna kill Flash.
Jason! Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Hey.
Please.
Sup?
Did you
there we
say
go.
what?
No, I said sup.
Oh, okay. That'd be even better. Just the whole time. What? Damn, dude.
What?
All right. Then we go to Edgefield. Let's do this.
Edgefield.
Edgefield. Oh my god. Creepy Flash moment. Hey, what do you mean? Doing solo right now in Willow for the event. Nice. Oh, you got Blood Moon. Lucky dog. Judy Wilson. We need to repel while chasing, photo of an EMF, and event. All right.
Oh dear.
Let's do it. I'm looking at the reflections of the EMF right now. Thought Flash was giving the wrong guy a birthday delay.
Got the music box.
Yay. The best. All right.
Hey. I don't like the music box.
I love it. It's my favorite.
I like the tarot cards, and you hate them.
No, listen, when I'm with a group of people, it's totally fine. I enjoy them. Solo, it's meh.
No, I every time I get tarot cards, I harass my friend. I'm like, no, go hide. We're pulling them now.
I thought I heard muffled door touch, but maybe not.
It's in the garage.
It's in the garage?
Indeed, you're in the car.
Ah, roger that.
Yeah, I got cold breath now.
I don't think my mic was in the lobby before, maybe because I PS5. I mean, that shouldn't be why. It should still work.
I mean, I was just following you.
All right. Ghosty.
Say hi to Flash, Ghost.
Say hi to me, please. I just need a photo of the EMF. Maybe. Possibly. Probably.
Hey, we do have ghost orbs.
We have EMF 5 and orbs.
Infant orbs.
That's a Dian. That's a Obake. That's a Raiju. Okay.
If this is a Raiju, I'm crying.
No, it's being too scared to prestige is way better than me. I get too scared after like 2 investigations and have to stop playing. What do you mean? I'll bring in this. They put down some salt. I'll bring in that, and I'll bring in this. Ads are gonna start in like 4 minutes, by the way. A little bit over 4 minutes. Can it be a Dian account?
And nobody has a UV.
I do.
It touched the locker.
Oh.
UV.
Hey, we have UV.
Oh.
That means we have an Obake.
I love the shapeshift.
Oh, the shapeshift is a good thing. Hey, Rogue,
Obake's
how are
gonna
you?
Kill me.
Well, I gotta go grab a smudge. Hold up.
I'm waiting for this Obake print that's about to show up. You won't change
your
right in front of me.
countdown.
All right, ready? Here we go. 6.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You
Damn
failed.
it. I don't have it anymore. It's gone. It's gone.
It is. It's gone. You haven't had it in forever.
Whatever. It's fine.
Oh.
Just bring in the sails. There we go. Oh, there's some footsies if anybody hasn't taken a photo of the footsies yet.
There's a
Nice.
singular footstep outside of the door. There was one singular one.
I'm gonna go get a sound recorder. Got a NASA badge. Nice. I do not have the NASA badge
I
yet.
have one, Flash, if you want.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, I'm gonna get a smudge then. I'll be right back.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna get another smudge because I'm selfish like that.
Well, you can't have another smudge. There's one for each of us. It's called sharing. Sharing is caring. I saw a Banshee print. What the hell's a Banshee print?
This Obake wants nothing.
You have to watch an hour on NASA, and you have until April 27th to do it. Oh, okay. Oh, we have lots of time. Okay. All right, put that there. Put that there. I've got a smooge. Smooge. Let's see. Oh, double EMFs across the sky. Oh, no.
I know, I said I was sucking at my job.
No, that's okay. I always forget that I leave the damn EMFs on. Oh.
Oh, it does not want that book.
YOLO. All right, I'm going to take this and throw this one out there. Where's that stupid EMF? Where is it?
That's all videos.
Nice. All right, I turned that off.
I'm gonna stand back here.
Ah, normal.
Hey, would you guys do a solid and delete that second EMF sound?
I did already. Oh my.
And I was right on top of it, so no photo.
Oh, that's okay. The old Ure scream. Noodle, welcome in. Gunter, hello. How are you? Biter, hello. Thank you for the follows. Oh, can we delete the second sound there, friendos? There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so you've got EMF, you've got paranormal. Oh. You can get Firelight.
Oh.
That or the Cruci. I mean, now that it's trying to hunt us,
us,
it should be okay. Needs one more sound.
Yeah, I was trying to get that Cruci, but I missed it. No, you don't say.
Yeah, you know, in case you guys were wondering, I think it might want to kill us.
No, it's fine. Burn Cruci. Have we found the bone yet?
No, we have not.
All right, I'm gonna go searching.
You got photo cam?
I does. The yokai growl. Tell it to stop trying to kill us.
Is that the last burn on the cruise?
Ads are gonna happen in 30 seconds.
Yay.
Checking down here first, so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
I'm gonna hide.
Okay. Watch and try to learn. Always feel free to ask questions, friend. Always. Going on a boner hunt. No, there's no drops today. There's drops that are going to be happening on the
I don't know why you would think that.
16th.
I got a boater jam in the master bedroom upstairs.
I hope you know the entire time all I heard was it just slowly getting closer to me.
Can shades move rooms? Yeah. There we go. Nice. All right. We got photos. We got videos. We got audios. All right. Repel, chase, and then we're good. The 4-finger handprint of the Obama still. Listen, people are going to start to believe this shit. You got to be careful, okay? You got to be careful. Going on a ghosty hunt.
Hey, it looks like it might be in the piano room, by the way.
Really? Oh, somebody already left the shoes. Let's go.
Pretty sure I
That
got
was
my
me.
breath.
Hey.
Oh! She fell down and turned into a child. It is. It's like Scooby-Doo. I heard that only djinns can throw pillows. You know, one time we should have this like absolute ridiculous claim and just see if people believe it. I usually can't do that because then if it comes back to me, it's going to look really bad. So one of you has to do it.
I really thought I was a goner. Anyone die?
No, but I did see that Scooby-Doo moment of you and the ghost running away, which was great.
She tried to open my
Scooby.
She tried to open my closet.
People do believe a lot of things. This is very true. Like the egg
She
thing.
tried to jangle my door.
So you run upstairs to the potty just in case? You booped?
I did. There's no place like
No place like home. There's no place like home.
Tried to kill me. That's how I feel.
Since the update, what do you like about the new I just love all the assets and the events that can happen inside of Tanglewood. I think that's my favorite part of it.
Welcome back.
It's very custom.
Some jobs ready for you.
Nice. All right. Where to now?
We could do a Grafton.
It is the event map. We could do a Grafton.
Yeah.
I'm
I
down.
haven't played enough event
Okay.
maps yet, so.
Yeah, that's cool with me. Let's do it.
Grafton.
Graviton. I don't think so. Damn it. God damn it. P-hole. Welcome in.
I have a confession. I actually hate Grafton. I don't know why I picked
Not
it.
another confession to me. All right. I'll bring a paramic and EMF. Okay.
Oh, I should probably grab a lighter.
Yeah, you know.
I will not pull a FlashForce.
Okay. How often do I forget my lighter? Not that much.
Not as often anymore.
No,
You
I
had, like,
call
three-
myself out
yeah.
usually. Oh, it's so loud.
3 games in a row where you forgot
it's a friendo.
Wow, I haven't seen this map.
Wait. How do you earn the astronomer badge? On the 16th, you'll be able to earn it. You might even be able to earn it by watching me. Because my goal is to co-stream that event on that day. If I forget my lighter, blame Flash. Well, blame Flash. What do you mean?
And I say, let there be light.
Roger that. Any sign of Ghosty?
Let there be light. I'm not.
No, 30 minutes.
Then again, I only have a video camera, so.
Mrs.
They didn't have
Blob.
any major, like, temp drops downstairs, but I do have a phone in the upstairs bathroom.
Mrs. Blob, hello, friend. Yeah, 30-minute watch time to get the badge on the 16th. Yeah, because the stream itself is like 2 hours long. Yeah, Mrs. Blob, how was your stream? How was Fayaz? How'd it go, friends? Welcome in.
Does anyone have a camera?
No, but I do have a flashlight, an EMF, and a parabolic microphone.
Apparently I'm a big fat liar and I have my own camera. I didn't meet any of you guys.
But hi, friends. Welcome in. Stu, welcome in. Hello. Karsten, thank you for the 2 months. Mrs. Blob. Did solo and Ghost Gamba. Nice. I was going to do some ghost guessing today, but we were playing with viewers. I was like, it might be a little bit overwhelming to do both.
I just really hope it's not the mannequin room. I was just about to say.
I would love the mannequin room. Is it down there? Did it just throw something?
What's with the lying?
Stevie Boots, how are you?
Hey, I see breath in here. Is
It's
anyone
hold on,
have a
yeah, it's in
thermometer?
this room.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have a thermometer. It's in
Office,
here,
study, whatever it's called. I don't know.
yeah. The,
I mean, I don't think it's anything anymore.
All right. Oh. Which ghost is the most scary or most difficult to identify? That's very situational. The shade can be really annoying to identify because of it not giving you evidence, right? Gonna be keeping the stream on the side while I watch a show with friends. What show are you guys watching? I appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much for the raid. If you guys not following Mrs. Blob, plays lots of games, does lots of Phasmo, does lots of Hunt,
dots.
all the good stuff. Doctor, how are you?
And they have a camera in there.
Okay. I'll bring a smudge, another cruci, and I'll bring a sound recorder.
What? You don't need a smudge. You'll be fine.
Say what? Other watchers of the stream, how do you obtain it? So the way you get it in game is you need to go to the main menu on Phaz and you need to link your Twitch to the game. Love is War, the stairway to adulthood. Oh my god.
Where am I going?
Ready for the sounds. Ready for the sounds.
No sounds for you.
Yes, I got one right now. Recorded. Get wrecked. OG Kev, what up? Already following Miss? Already following Blob? As you
There's
should
really
be.
not much happening.
No? It's just waiting for me to show up. Hold on. Give it a second. Paul, I'm here.
That's so believable.
You know, I feel like this chair is more lit than I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
It's really gross. Uh-oh.
Oh. Ew.
That's a yikes.
Are you
Kev, thank you for the biddies.
Where are you?
Right here.
Are you friendly?
No.
How old are you?
I'd rather not say.
Hey, V.
Ooh, V.
We have UV.
Is that all we have?
Are you here?
Watched quite a bit of the YouTube content as well.
That is all
Hope you
we
have a great
have,
stream.
yes.
I am. Thank you very much. Yikers.
Flash doesn't want to talk to me.
That's okay.
Wonder if this thing's
Hey,
an
what's the
Oni.
writing the book instead? Oh my god, all the audios. Yeah.
It farted.
It's following you.
All right, we have writing.
I don't want it.
Too bad. That's too damn
It
bad.
said UV and
Probably demon.
Oh boy. I heard myself. Here, we'll sit here with the bunny. Shh. I'm quite tired, but don't want to sleep. What do you mean? If you're tired, go to bed. Stevie, thank you for the sub. Thank you so freaking much, friend. Thank you.
Where did everybody go?
You can't find me.
I was getting safety. This thing wants me. I don't want it.
Hey, Aaron, welcome in.
Has anyone even found the cursed object?
No, I didn't even look.
What are you doing over
What?
there?
I was just hanging out. What do you mean? What am I doing over here? Do we have other hiding? Do we have the fridge by chance? We do. All right, if you guys are in a
go
pinch,
hide.
you can use the fridge door.
Yeah, that's where I'm going right now.
Need to clock out of work and head home. I shall return. You're good, disciple. Appreciate you, friend.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
It is indeed, and sometimes that door will be shut and it won't be a hiding spot.
That's when it's
Hey, Kenzie. Play things out. Welcome in.
I'm just gonna hide behind this mattress
I'm just
pad.
kinda waiting
Are we
for
all
it.
hiding for a reason? What's happening?
The ghost was trying to murder us?
The ghost wanted me. I don't want the ghost. That's why I'm hiding.
So, oh, over here. I always forget about this damn spot. Grafton is a good map whenever it's in good form. The Easter event lighting is really rough.
Wait, for some reason I only have that we have ghost writing. Did we end up getting anything
We have
else?
UV. I always forget about this. I forget that this spot exists.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
See, the second I walk by the room, it burns a crucifix.
It's interested. All right. Is there any more burns?
Sacrifice yourself for me.
All right.
Gosh,
Well,
we need... Or does anyone have the camera for pictures?
for what? What do you need pictures
Of my
for?
face? Never mind.
Mufasa?
Well, I mean...
They smudged. Did you make it? Is that a no?
Oh no! Did he die?
I thought that maybe they made it. When I walked in, they fell over. They fell over.
Hey, just say it was after him.
Man, oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, what was the cursed possession? Did we find out?
No.
What the hell?
No. It
It's not
wasn't summoning.
It's not the cards, is it? No cards. Okay. Well, if it's not the cards and it's not the
I don't play this map enough to know where all the locations are.
well, it's either way, it's
actually
not a
don't
curse
either.
that can bring them back to life.
Bad day. There's
All
so
right.
much.
It sounded like a normal speed ghosty, which would be demon miling or a polty.
I didn't see it throwing much. I
EMF, freezing, or
it's hard to
spirit
tell in
box.
that room, though.
It might be the Ouija board. I don't think we went to the attic. There's a good chance it's the Ouija board. I mean, again, it can't bring our friend back, but... Always good for a pick. Oh, a dead body? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
So pretty much they just figure out EMF 5.
Yeah, EMF 3. Yeah. All right, I'm coming back. We have hiding over there, too.
I'm scared to go in there.
What? You act like there's a ghost in there. It's fine.
What if it's a demon?
We're about to find out. Do a flashlight test from here, maybe? If it decides to go upstairs. Where at, you little cretin? Oh, shit. Hey, what up, Mystic? How are you? My day's good, Darsh. How's yours? What map would I want to rework next? I would like... You know, I'm really interested... Willow's my favorite map, but I'm really interested to see what they do to Ridgeview. And it never came upstairs. What a joke. All right, let's go up,
Is
up,
anybody
up.
dead? Real funny.
Music box? Did I? What the hell? Willow and Camp Woodwind? I don't think they're going to do Camp Woodwind because Camp Woodwind is new. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Did someone just have an uh-oh?
Yes.
I think the longer we're in here, the more friends we lose. Do we have any idea what it is?
I think it's a demon.
Interesting. Your favorite map is probably Tanglewood. I think it's many people's favorite map, to be fair.
That means it's freezing.
Delicious. I kind of want to hear it hunt one more time. Damn, no hiding. I'm picking them off. Okay. Get this damn stick out of my way. Come on, Ghost. Go upstairs. Let's go. Picking them off. How dare you? I don't know if it's just because it's still relatively new, but I really like the diner. I think the diner, I really like the diner too. It's a good flow. You know what I mean? Bitch. It's hard to say. Not a Polty. It's either a Myling or a demon. Maybe we just 50-50 it. I'm cool with that just to...
Negative 6.2 in the room is demon.
Oh, you said negative?
Yep.
Roger that. Nice. Freezing. I was going to go demon anyway, so that works. Mad Catter, thank you for the follow. Zabuza, Mystic, thank you guys. All right, Les Demons. Imagine if it's a Mimic, will we have writing? So that immediately removes Mimic from the possibilities. So we don't have to worry about it. Looked like hunt early. It did seem like it was hunting quickly. It felt that way, and that's because it actually was hunting fast. Our poor friends.
That was rigged on my birthday too, bro. Yeah. I told you guys that demon wanted me.
It did.
That demon wanted me
It
so
really
bad.
Did. It did. You know what? It got what
He
it
wasn't
wanted.
lying.
It did get what it wanted, yeah.
Thank you guys for the games.
I hate that.
Of course.
Thank you for letting
Of
me
course.
Anytime.
Thank you guys. Hope you have a great rest of your birthdays.
Thank you.
My birthday was last month, but
Okay,
I'll have it
all right.
anyway.
Happy late birthday.
Thank you.
Bye, friends.
Bye, Flash.
Bye. Thank you. Can't wait for character customization. We can't either. It's going to be great. Wolf Knight, welcome in. All right. So, like I said, the queue is closed right now just because we want to make sure that I get through everybody. And then, we'll see what's happening after if I open it back up or not. But for now, we're going to keep it closed. Kooky, Smug, and Archmage, you guys are up. So you should have the code inside of that website there if you haven't already gone to it. How do I leave the queue? Sky, you're not in the queue. Hello.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Oh, hey, how are you? How's it going, friend?
It's going pretty good.
Heck yeah.
I'm a baby now. I just prestige.
I'm just a baby. You said you're a baby. Look at Kooky.
Hello? Oh.
Kookie's fresh out of the box. We hear you. Hello.
Okay.
How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Heck yeah. Kooky. Kooky, we can't hear you.
I said we take off my stuff.
Oh, yeah. And I'll make sure to enable mine. Started playing this game by yourself? Hell yeah. Let's go.
I could put mine in. I just have the basic stuff at tier 1.
Okay. Listen, I don't want you to spoil us, you know.
Oh, I guess. Okay.
All right, where do you guys want to go? Honestly, it can be a repeat, or if you want to play somewhere different, I'm cool with either one. I don't care. Hey, Eduardo.
Maybe Nels Dining?
Nels? We can do Nels. Hello?
Hello?
We hear you.
Hello?
Yay!
Yay!
My mic is kind of crappy.
That sounds
Yay.
fine. Everybody that has said my mic is going to sound crappy has sounded perfectly fine. There have been no awful
It's
mics.
on my left side.
It's fine.
And I lean to my right.
It's fine. No, you're good. Just if it seems like we're not answering, that means we can't hear you. You just have to scream into your microphone.
Will do.
So if you guys hear someone screaming across the map, that means Kooky forgot that we can hear them. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Nels. Was so close to a blood moon, perfect, but I forgot the bone. Oh no. Is it worth getting it with a thing? I mean, really, it's just for the sake of saying you got it. You know what I mean? Robert Anderson, 25% capture a photo of the EMF and escape. I'll do photo camera.
Escapade.
Escapades. Break the sound barrier. That's right. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'll do flashlight. All right, that's cool. Not a single blood moon tonight, which has been interesting.
That'd be crazy if we got blood moon.
That would have been pretty great.
First.
I would not have been upset in any way.
It's kind of funny, Flash. You got, after watching all your past streams and stuff, you got me doing that now every time I start this map.
Well,
always
the
honk the horn on the cop car.
Listen,
yes.
it's good juju. If you know, the little things you do, whether you wear certain socks or do whatever, you honk the horn. All right. I've heard nothing. Wait, do we have cars again? No. Oh, y'all, I do. Oh my God. It's because you don't have a dock. This is true.
5 degrees in the kitchen.
Oh, EMF 5 in the kitchen. What the hell? It was still beeping, but there was nothing. Okay, I'm glad I didn't take a photo of that. All right. What?
Ew.
What is going on? Freaking out, man.
4 degrees?
Oh yeah, it's here for sure.
Okay.
Whatever it invented, it was the quietest little event I ever did here. Dusty's Trail, we'll get there.
I heard it really loud in my ears, but other than that, I didn't hear it.
Oh, it touched the bread.
Oh, that's spirit box.
I would love to get an interaction photo, but there's too many items in here. What if I stand right here?
Oh, we got fingers on the waffle.
Oh, it's making waffles.
Okay,
Look,
well-
two-handed.
That's impressive.
That's impressive. Galu
How does
Phantom
it open
Pulte.
it like that?
I don't. Oh no! I think I missed it.
Ew.
Bitch! It farted in the kitchen.
Wow, guys, we're so good at this.
I don't know if I've ever had actually UV on the waffle iron. Oh wait! I forgot we had EMF 5. Hey, it's a Galu. Thank you, Sparrow.
Yeah, I figured that.
Yep, totally
Let's
forgot.
make it angry.
Make it angry.
I didn't realize that there was a rabbit in the police car.
Oh yeah, it's ready to honk the horn. Ghost, you're gonna pick up this bread and I'm
I
gonna
need
take a
to
photo
walk
of
a
it.
Dio. I haven't had one yet.
Ghost, you will pick up this bread. I will take a photo. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go get safety things.
Okay.
Alright. Turn that crap off.
Let's follow
That's what we need.
the path of Dusty's trail, oh, Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail, a stage and a wagon.
Oh, we're open. Bunny's ready to drive off. Yep. They need to add more songs to the jukebox. It's lacking. Do you need the ghost to pick up the bread? KN. Oh. Hope we have 2 cameras going through here. Action cam. All right, let's get Smudge. Let's get Crucifix. Do we need it to hunt? Ooh, we do. I'm not even gonna bring in the crucifix. F that crucifix. Light. Let's bring in the light. Oh wait, what did I grab that for? I don't need you. Get out of here. Another motion sensor. There we go. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
A stage and a wagon, a heading west. Part of a wagon train
Lost from the rest. Alright, I have that there. We have that there. You've got the photo camera.
So there's no UV on this. That makes sense.
Alright, sounds are done. No, I said sounds are done. Stop making. Here, you want to talk? Go ahead, talk. It needs help.
Oh.
It's trying to start the microwave and it can't figure it out. Help.
I can get help elsewhere.
It's this button.
Oh, the microwave is on.
Yeah, it turned it on.
Oh, there we go.
Didn't leave you.
Hey, Linstingo. All right, we need 3 photos and we need a video.
I would have had footsteps if we could have found the camera.
Ghost be hungry? Maybe it wants a waffle. Here, feed it this.
Man, I will.
Order up.
that they must scale, but they know they'll make it cause they just can't play.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to laugh. It was so instant. It was so fast.
It literally spawned right on.
I heard it start and then Dusty Trail just cut off immediately.
I was watching it spawn right on him. There was one footstep and he went, oh.
Well, we have a chance to bring them back. We do have tarot cards. It's on pro. We always do pro for viewer games. Want a waffle now? I kind of do too. All right. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Oh.
Where's our other friend? What? We have 1, 2. Where's 3?
Hello? Where are you?
Where's who?
Where is you?
Oh, I was searching for the bone.
Oh, did you find it?
Alright then.
No luck so far. I don't know where it's at.
Hi. Our friend's dead and they're eating a donut.
Oh.
Oh, hey, look, the bone. It's right there.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
All right.
Absolute cinema.
Okay.
Absolute cinema.
We're going to bring them back with tarot cards. In 3 cards, it'll be High Priestess, okay?
Yep. Yep.
Useless tower card. Man, the lighting is weird in here with all the yellow. Holy shit.
Trust.
Card number 2. Uh-oh, that's a full card.
That was death. Hmm.
Little shit. Hey, Nocturne! Had so much fun playing tonight. Thanks for the awesomeness, kind community, and for the joy you bring on the stream. Thank you, Nocturne. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. What are you doing? You crazy or something? All right. You're up, Slugger.
A little bit.
Ooh,
Little
the
creepy.
tower. Best card in the game.
Oh, that's not a High Priestess.
That's not High Priestess.
There you go. Wheel of Fortune red.
I got the tower.
Dumb ghost can't see through glass.
Ooh, the devil.
Ooh, a fart.
Oh, well.
Don't you hunt, don't you hunt, don't you hunt, don't you hunt, don't you. Oh, it's a full. Oh, it's a tower card anyway. So we need one photo, one video. Been wanting the Plushies attack shirt for months. Get a bonus. Oh, Nocturne. I appreciate you getting merch, friend. Open up. All right.
This rain is really quiet. I didn't think it'd make it louder.
It's so silent.
Double card.
Wait a minute.
Thank you, Ghost.
Do you have the photo camera?
Hermit. I don't.
Who has the photo camera?
I do.
Hey, you want to take a picture of this cards
Me.
real fast? Here, take a picture of me. Jeez. All right, my turn. Oh, Hermit. Going in.
Aw.
Where's the video camera? Got it.
I'm gonna miss being able to back break rock.
I know. What if they're gonna add something to the game to give us like something close to that? Oh, oh. Oh my God! Record. Good smudge. All right, keep going. Keep moving. I got another one. Hi, you have hiding over here? You have hiding over here? Yeah, take that, you little shit. I trust issues. Hey, Pumpkin, welcome in. We did find the bone. Yeah, it was a skull out in the main. Hey, Rogue, the night's been good. I know, all night, keeping people alive. To the best of my ability. Okay.
One rude kid.
I know. Oh, shit. No, it's on pro.
I think all we have left is just we need someone to escape during a hunt.
No, we don't.
Didn't we just?
Because we just did that.
We did do
'Cause
that.
we
It
escaped.
just it was lagging behind.
Oh, it's a rock. I'm like, what the hell
I
is
think
that?
we got everything, don't we?
We did.
Whoa, my first perfect game.
Let's go. Yeah, we got bone. We got objectives.
Squeakers too.
Save speakers. Hey, let's go. Look at our little friend. He's ready to hang. Look. Galoo.
One day I will walk a Dio.
You will. I promise.
Next game.
One in a row. Mr. 420. You listen here, bucko.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Lovely job. Sorry the ghost spawned directly on top of you.
Happened.
I heard the hunt start and
Any
it
comfort,
ended.
your death was,
instantly.
was very funny for me to watch.
Man, that was so fast. It just
Your
immediately
death
does
was very funny for me to watch.
All right. Brownstone. All right, let's do it.
Brownstone.
Back to school. He's really not all that sorry. It makes for good. Okay.
Back to the future.
No, it's back to school. Back to school.
Charles Gacy.
No Orbeez that I can tell. The juice is on the left. My favorite map is Willow. Willow.
Great.
For sure. I'm gonna grab Paramike. I'm gonna grab Thermers. And let's go. I saw that.
Where were they going? Yeah. They're gonna go check the bus.
I was like, he's going to the right. What's over there?
Gotta go check that bus.
I like
Maybe
it.
you'll find Miss
You
Frizzle.
you never know. You could find a thing. Wait, what do we have? Wait a minute. Is it the cards or the music box?
We got the mirror.
Oh. I didn't even look behind here. Ooh. Let's take a peek. You ready?
Oh, we ought to find it real easy.
All right, I'm gonna take a peek. You ready?
Not like all the rooms look the same or anything.
No, shh. It'll be fine. We got this. Here we go.
We got this. We got this.
All right. It looked like the word in black is Metro by the window. That's all I got.
Oh, that's great.
I hope that helped.
Very insightful.
Listen, I think that was useful because I go in there and I know it's not in there. Brown tiles. Do we think it's downstairs or upstairs? Oh. You think it's the science room? Really?
We're on the way.
Oh, I got to turn the
We're
power
on the way.
Top floor, back rooms. Okay. All right, we got juice. Bookshelf to the left of the window. Yeah.
I'm the one crazy person that
I found a room that says Metro.
Like,
Ooh, is it next to the window?
No.
All right, never mind. Could have sworn I saw an extra shelf through a door. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not even checking rooms. Found it.
I have thermino.
Upstairs. See, that's what I saw. Metro.
4 degrees.
Yep. Called it. Yeah, straight. The way you're walking towards us, straight down. That's where the room is. Yeah, not the science rooms. No. Negative on the science rooms. Let's get this one. It's a mimic? I don't know. Oh, one of those doors I heard about. For science, it's not the science room. Tika's got the right idea, though. Looking at the tile color eliminates a lot of rooms. It's true, because you don't think about the differences, although...
Old people? Yuck. Ugh.
What?
Hear about
Oh, did it say it was old?
it says an elderly victim.
Oh, well, the victim's elderly, not the ghost.
Old people, yuck.
Unless it is the victim.
Oh,
I
so
don't
it's
know.
calling us old. Gotcha.
Maybe, I'm not really sure anymore. I should probably...
Valid, valid. 3 degrees in here. 2.
So you? Hey, listen here. Wait a gosh darn minute. Sons of bitches. Gonna be a revenant? Oh,
Degree.
man.
I don't know the word degree in Spanish.
Wait, so the ghost is the killer? I don't even know anymore. I know the going gets mighty rough. Dang.
I'm gonna die in this house.
This is a school.
Same difference.
I hope you don't think of it like a house. Snake Man, welcome in.
Couple renovations, it might be able to be a house.
Our house. In the middle of high school?
In the middle of the street.
All right. We got a book down. We've got dots down. We have spirit box, and that's it.
We're at consistent 1.3 or around there, but
Possible
not
freezing?
0 yet. Possibly.
Did it just knock on the windows in the room next to us?
It really likes being over by the door. It wants to leave.
Yeah, it's sick of the high school. It's tired of it being called a home. Gonna try to get ready for sleep. Thank you, Blue.
Maybe you shouldn't have died in high school then.
For real, for real.
Maybe try better next time, stupid ghost.
Yeah.
Damn.
Go.
Way to go, idiot. It's not doing much. Ghosty. There it
The
is.
camera so someone can grab it if they need. Oh.
Oh.
Hey.
I missed it! Are you kidding?
Those were our lights.
Our life.
Disappointment is immeasurable.
Maybe you should have got it better, though.
My bad. I'll try next time.
You gonna get that?
I'm good.
No, I'm.
You gonna
I don't
get that?
like talking on the phone. No.
I wish you
Why
could.
don't you get it?
I'm trying right now. Hello?
Hello?
What's the evidence right now? Just spirit box. That's it. Hi,
Not
Zero.
very chatty. That's weird.
Writing. Dio, Moroi, Mare, Pulte, Spirit. Oh, a Dio would be so
Come
nice.
on, show up on dots.
Oh, that'd be so lovely.
My first Dio? Whoa!
It could be.
Well, I
It
did
could
say
be.
what happened next game, so
You
I really
did.
hope so. That'd be great.
Pretty funny. Oh, did it get the juice? Oh, you little a-hole. Oh, another sound.
Flash predicting the future, guys.
It's cold.
If it's a Pulte, we'll never know. There's nothing to throw on them now.
Well, okay, you know what? Hold on, I'll solve that. There's more shit in these middle rooms. Look at all these books.
It still hasn't hit anything by 0. The lowest it's gotten is 1.1.
Here, that too. Collect our stuff. Yeah, these middle rooms in between those two long corridors have, look at all the shit that's in this room. To the shade growl.
Berries taste like schnozberries.
All right, make another little pile here. There we go. They are hogging everything. Our house. Here. Oh shit! I want that. I want this. There we go. Now people can see going that way too.
EMF 3.
What?
Oh, no,
That
EMF
sounds like
5.
a 5 to me. That's a spirit. Ugh.
Ew. You.
Ew.
So disappointed. Dang it.
I'm gonna go get the spirit box.
A Dio, I'm a spirit.
Now listen.
Like, oh, you wanted a Dio? No. You
Now
gotta
listen.
be disappointed.
Listen, hear me out. You know, we should have been reading the signs all along, and we haven't been.
Yeah.
We should have known.
Oh God. We should have known.
Oh my God.
How did we miss that?
Yep, gotta read between the lines sometimes. Yep, it happens. I'm gonna try to get parabolic. It hasn't done it yet. Come on. Oh look, it's the smell of high school spirit. Talkie. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Oh, that's right. The switch is over here. God, I hate this room. What are they doing? Just waiting for the ghost to talk to me.
We turned this on now?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. Yes.
Well.
I said yes.
Can't take back.
It's not going to do it. Nope. I'm about to give up on it.
I got a question.
Another phone ring. Why level 2 dots? Because we downgraded to 2 during the event. All right, I'm cool with leaving if you guys are.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
perfect
this
game
one
is good
sucks.
enough for me.
What a weenie. Boy Games, thank you for the follow. Too bad we can't ask its age. Could have been Teen Spirit. That would have been pretty funny. No, we just have a mirror. Run.
You smudge. Wah.
Hey, I have to buy those, damn it.
Smoke them if you got them.
Listen, you guys are burning into my profits.
You'll be okay.
I only have like 1.5 million or something, okay?
I did all your sanity pills
Holy.
too.
All right. Thank you. There we go. Look at that. Look how nice we made it look in here. I wish you could turn the lights off. That'd be cool.
Right.
They should add a switch to the truck. You should be able to turn the lights off. Lovely work, team.
$300.
Always do a perfect game? No, if we can get it, cool. If not, we move on. Like, that was taking forever. Yeah. Do I have 1 million? No, I lied. I don't have 1 million. I have 1.9. So, I appreciate the games, friends.
Of course. That's right.
No problem.
Just a few couple bucks. I don't see what the problem is. What else am I doing?
It's just a few
What am I going to
bucks.
buy with it? What am I going to get? They haven't
Yeah,
added anything I can
hopefully.
purchase.
Maybe you could buy yourself a schoolhouse.
Let's go,
Maybe
schoolhouse.
you can get like a black hat for your character in the shop.
I should.
That'd
I
be pretty
wish.
cool.
$1 million black hat. I'll take
Let's
it.
hope.
I'll buy 2.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'll buy 2.
All right. Well, friends, lovely games.
Bye.
Yes.
GG's. Thank you guys so much for playing. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Oh, we'll go. Bye. All right. So, the last on the list, we have Chompy, we have Kirby, and Violet. You're up, friends. Allow me to kick this over to you so you guys have the code. All right. Like I said, the queue is closed for now, friends. I'll let you know if we open it back up. Add new van decorations. They should add lobby decorations. Add the ability for you to decorate the lobby would be awesome. Like if that room was like, think of like Outlast, how like Outlast Trials you can decorate your room. Imagine if in that room you could decorate it. That'd be sick. Hello, Puppet.
Hello? Hello?
Hi. Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
I'm good. You?
Good. Good. Games have been good. Most people have been living. Well, most.
I noticed that.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, how are you? All right, we are
Hey, how are you?
missing. Oh, hey, how are you? We are missing Kirby. Yeah. All right. Time to hit the old dusty trail. Good night, Mr. 420. Appreciate you, friend. Why not both? Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, imagine if you could decorate, like, if you could change the wall color, like all that shit, because it would just be your lobby. You know? I think that'd be cool. One day you'll walk your DO. We tried, man. Big money.
Can we go to Bleasdale, my favorite map?
We
please?
absolutely can. We've only played it once tonight. And we had a
Ooh,
shade in
fun.
the attic, so I imagine this will be a little more entertaining. Yeah.
I just want to see the purple room again.
Don't say that. Hey, Super, how are you?
No, that's a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare.
What sounds like a nightmare?
A revenant in an attic.
Oh, yeah, that would suck a little bit. Is Violet still here by chance? They might not be. Getting to decorate the lobby would be so much fun. I think that'd be cool. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Nathan. How are you? Checking in our last friendo, and then we'll get moving. Doing good? Heck yeah. Thought you were waiting for Kirby, not Violet. Oh, not Violet. Oh, sorry, not Violet. Kirby. Yeah, Kirby's the one we don't have. We have Violet. We have Violet. We have Chompy. We don't have Kirby. Head out for the night. See you, Gamer Boy. Appreciate you, friend. Hey, Scribber, how are you? We might have to move on or continue or ask one of the mods if they want to join. If Kirby is not there. I see them. They're in the chat. Must kill all with the monkey paw. That's not my vibe. I don't do that. Having trouble getting verified. Do you just want us to send you the code? If you're struggling with the website, if the website's giving you issues, definitely don't be afraid to tell me what the issues you're having are. Like, you can message me, whatever, but we can message you the code if that's what it is. That's not a big deal. Yeah, absolutely. Mott, do you want to do it or I can? I don't think you have the code. I've got the code, so I'll send it to you. I'm on it. I'm on it. A bunch of the videos have been popping up and watching them. I appreciate you for watching them, friend. Thank you, thank you. All right, Kirby, I'm going to message you. Yeah, you're welcome, of course.
Hey, Flash, you got a second?
Hold on. Yeah, what's up?
Can you come over here and look, like, over there past that window? There's a little feature that I noticed a couple weeks ago. It's like a white, yellowish thing, like...
Yeah, what is that a reflection?
Image?
What is that a reflection of?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, and when I went to the other side, I saw something else.
I wonder if that's like a reflection of this, like, glowy bunny thing.
Yeah, but like a few weeks ago, before the Easter update, I saw something else over there.
Interesting. I think there's something
hello, can you
similar
hear me?
to... Hello!
Outstanding.
Oh,
Thank
hi
you for
there.
Yeah, of course. You used to be able to see the menu screens in the window. You used to be able to see the menu screens in the windows too.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, good times. Features. What is that? I don't know.
Features, not bugs.
That's
features.
right. No bugs, only features. All right. Well, let's go to Bleasdale,
Yeah.
friends.
Yay.
We have 10 minutes until ads, by the way.
yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's do the thing. We did get
Bleezy's
the new...
my favorite.
Yeah, I like it.
And
It's a
we can get your
really well
puppy.
done map. It's really good. Get the new software built to help with drops. It's available on the cheat sheet now. The new software built to help with drops. Wait, what? I'll open it up when we get into the lobby. I'll pull it up. Pull it up. The new software to help with drops. What? Where is it? Or I could look. I guess I could look after.
Jennifer Halstead.
I'll look after.
And
Oh, the partner Twitch tab. Okay.
Breakers at the back porch.
Roger that. Parabolic, capture a photo, video. I'll grab parabolic. And thermometer. That's right. Missing the bottom right skull and cabinet. Which one is that? The bottom right? Oh, I don't know. That might be one of the ghosts. If it's in the bottom right. We'll go up here. How do you find the ghost room quick in big maps? Parabolic microphone is really useful. Like, it's useful here. Oh, that was a wolf. This parabolic has the ability to hear the floor above and below. So I can sit here like this and scan a little bit and try to hear for things. Haven't heard anything yet, though. Did we find the ghosty? Someone hit their thing. Maybe they didn't mean to.
No orbs on the first.
Oh, roger that. Do we have somebody outside right now?
Currently in attic. I don't see anything.
Take two. Can you tell me? Yeah, I'll answer again. So in the bottom right, I think it's one of the ghosts. Was that this floor? I heard a throw, but I don't know where I heard it though. That might have been the floor below. I'm not sure. Or it might be in the attic. Let's go up.
What you thinking, Flat?
I thought I heard something get thrown, but I don't know where.
On the second floor, it could be for.
Second floor. What?
No orbs on second.
Ah, okay. Maybe it was downstairs.
Also, just for some concern.
Oh, Lilith, where are you?
Find downstairs washroom.
Downstairs washroom? Oh, the hallway? Oh, great. Is it?
Yeah. No, fine. I know I meant to say bathroom, but of course I'm a Canadian, so I say
Wait.
washroom instead of bathroom.
What? Hold on. Where? What?
The spine is in that room. No.
Garden.
Bathroom.
But I just saw I'm so lost.
It's 14
Did
degrees.
you say garden?
I thought I saw someone's breath for a second. I'm losing my shit.
It might be because I opened
Oh.
the garden.
Yeah, it's out here. It's 8 degrees.
Oh, yeah, 8, yeah.
Nothing's been moved, has it? All right. Let's do that. We'll go save Josie, and then we'll come back. The Alamo doesn't have a basement. Damn, you went all Pee Wee Herman on me?
I don't see any orbs.
Roger that. Did the ghost do that, or did we do that? Buggy, welcome in. Are they getting power? There we go.
Power back on.
Corresponds with the fact that you heard the motion light when, oh, yeah. That's why I asked them if anybody was outside, but nobody responded. So that would make sense.
Orbs in the backyard.
Noted. That's not awful. Like a bunch of pixies out there. What
Do
the
we have
hell?
a UV light?
We
I
have
have one
freezing
on me.
temperatures. I repeat, freezing temperatures.
Noted.
And note that down, Flash.
I'm going to. I like being called out like this.
I am bringing.
He said we had orbs, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, bring this. I'll bring this.
Okay, we do have it.
We're at 70. We're at 74 sanity. I just wanted to see the orb. There was the fact that. Hello. I have. I'm bringing spirit box and writing book.
Oh, okay.
Let's play hide and seek. I don't want to play hide and seek. I already played hide and seek with that lady inside of the floor above. We don't need any more hide and seek. No more required. One was in the attic, the other was in the hallway with you, the other was in the foyer. See, I thought that the other one, I wasn't paying attention. I thought they were further outside. Do we already have one crucifix down over here? I don't know. I'll put this on the rock. Like a rock. All right. Where are you?
Slipped away.
Oh, does it? We have spear box. Is this an Onryo or is this a mimic?
This could be a mimic.
It could be. I'm checking for mimicry if it decides to do things.
I'm bringing another book.
Oh, we don't need it. We have freezing orbs and spirit box. It's either Onryo or a mimic.
Do we know what curse out?
Did the ghosty just turn this on? I don't see any UVs on it. Salt. He put salt down. We just have to get the ghost to walk in it again. Ghosty. Need it to walkie.
Where are you? Are you here? Are you close?
I bring a koozie.
I'm trying to get sound. Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you French? Are you funky?
Are you funky?
Are you
Hey,
friendly?
Scrub, I've been good. How have you been?
Are you ugly?
Let's
Are you
get
old?
funky. Oh.
That worked!
Elderly.
See, the ghost
Did
is
not
down.
get the recording though.
Try it again.
Are you funky? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you friendly?
Are you old?
Are you old? Are you
Here, I'll
young?
follow you. Where are you? There you go.
It loves you. We got one.
Yes, I am funky. I'm funky, my boy.
Should I go grab some candles?
I would love to try and get UV if it decided, like, it's doing the talkie-talkie. Where's the walkie-walkie?
I mean, one of us could bring both.
Good night, Devil. Thank you for playing games, friend. I appreciate you
giggle.
joining. What? What?
It giggled.
Oh,
at
giggle?
me.
Oh, it giggled at you.
Yeah, it giggled.
Let me keep that open at the ready, just in case.
Oh yeah, might need that.
Uh-huh,
Actually, yeah,
uh-huh.
I'm gonna get a smudge.
I probably should have one too.
Average sanity is at 50%.
That's hot.
Real hot. Oh, we'll be fine.
Just be at the ready. Been hunting? Confirmed. Watch, all of a sudden it decides to frickin' be a mimic and mimic a Dio. I'd be upset. I'd cry a little bit, at least. What do we have in here? Anything I can pick up? You'd shed a singular tear. I wonder if it touched any of those doors inside. Got a feeling it's an Onryo, but you never can be too safe.
Just turned off the brake.
What a butthole. I'm not seeing any UV anywhere.
I'll go get the breaker on.
Roger that. Wait.
You.
But the light is on.
Well, I guess I got the breaker turned back on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
I was like, wait a sec. Fish, I have no idea what that is. Give me the smudge. Light. Give me this. First time completing the weekly. Nice. All right. Oh, Lord, I'm coming.
Just an event.
Yep, I'm making the lap. I already got it more than halfway.
Wait, I got salt.
I have found bone.
Put some down for you.
Okay.
Upstand.
It's hunting. Is that inside?
I think so.
First we had someone named P-hole. Now we have Fish Wiener.
Is it still cold in there?
Yeah. I don't know.
It might have moved.
Oh, well, it did. Didn't someone say it evented?
I did. Yeah, it did event it like back there.
Yeah. So that. Then never mind. I don't know. Ghosty. I think Ghosty went upstairs. It's out of here. Thank you for the follow, friend.
Joy.
Here, while we sit here, listen to
and
this
it's
wonderful
done.
noise. Here.
I did not hear that.
You gotta pick it up and throw it down.
Oh,
Boom.
that's a bump.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Boom. All right, well, Ghosty's
There's
not
water in it.
walking through the stuff or the things.
Where's the someone?
It might not be out. Here.
Get smudged.
Okay. It still doesn't walk through any of the salt.
Just smudged it.
Hey, you little a-hole.
But yeah, it's still in there.
Oh, I picked up the watering can. Oh, jeez. Okay, sorry. Hey, Slim, what's up? It seems to want more privacy. Yeah. Apparently, we're encroaching on its territory.
Well, somebody else owns his house now, so it's just squatting.
It has squatters' rights. What map is this? It's Bleasdale. Yeah, yeah. We wanted to see what you were talking about. You little shit.
Broke a light.
That's it. I'm hitting it with weapons. Get over here, you little bastard. There we go. Get the clippers. Oh, I got the power again. If it's a mimic, this is such a troll, but.
By the way, I was trying to use below 30, so.
Dude, what?
I kind of feel like this may or may not be Unreal.
Tis possible. There we go. HG, what's up? Yeah. I highly advise giving it weapons. Oh, well, no, we were going to use it against it.
I got 2 on my hand. You can do Unreal test.
Well, we
It
could.
hasn't blown out the one that's there yet.
Yeah, but the firelight that's there is not touching, yeah. Hey, it blew out the firelight.
Of course it did.
Oh, now it did. Okay.
Super handy guy.
F this ghost.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Way to go, Jennifer. Lazy bones. All right, do we want to get the other stuff or call that one?
And bump this, head out to the next one.
Yeah, I like it.
So is this a mimic or an Unreal?
I think it's an Onryo. If it's a mimic and didn't show us UV that whole time, then it's one of their fault. All right, everybody's safe. We're good. Alyssa's tools are silver. I don't think they'll do much good. Silver? It's not a werewolf. It's a ghost. Good night, Macy. What the hell? Wowens! Thank you for the subs, friendo. Thank you so freaking much, man. All right, where to now?
One of you can decide. I had my turn.
Okay.
How about some good old tangle?
I like a good old tangle. Let's do it. Hey, Soletta, how are you? Who's oh, Violet, do you want to disable your equip monk, friendo?
Oh, I had it? Oh.
Yeah.
I
Tell you
must
what,
have had it
I'll
for my
bump.
previous friend.
No, you're good. Where's my hootskis? Oh, there they are. Okay. Disable, enable. There we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I pulled a full death card right after a full hanged man. Oh my god. Well, and thank you so much. Lucky, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's do. We have ads happening in like 2 minutes, like 2.5 minutes. Withering Witch! Homie, thank you for the biddies. My word. I'm gonna go flashlight. I'm gonna go sound recorder and firelight. Let's do this. Dun. Love the Faz vids. I appreciate you. Like Gabrage.
Well, it looks like it's a
Boner jam in the living room.
your powder is on.
Noted.
Yeah, that's one way to tell the power's on. That is.
That's Ghosty.
Oh, 7.2.
I think it's in here.
Easy sound.
Seeing breath.
Yeah, it's warmer in the bathroom, so yeah.
Roger that.
Oh, that's
Here, Ghosty. Play with the dog toy. Oh, I need to bring it Norm. Hold on.
Don't want to miss Norm talking.
Absolutely not.
I found the bone.
Yeah. Norm, get in there. Conch shell, get in there. Ugh.
Bringing Dot's book and spirit.
I set up your looping spot
Roger that.
in the dining room.
Hey, let's go. There you go.
I'm sorry, not book, UV.
Oh, okay.
Flash, I bring you present.
What'd you bring?
I have the Ouija board.
Ooh. We like toys. Oh. Okay, can't find me. Creep. Dragon, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How old are you?
We got dots.
Goodbye. What?
Yeah.
It's 15, by the way. Ugh. Hey, Dragon, how was your stream? Welcome. Here, I'll get out of here.
See if it works any better this time. Where are you?
How do we
you
escape
here?
the hunt with this? Ooh. About to say from behind.
All right.
I heard that. Do we just have
got a
spirit box?
Nope, we also have dots.
Dots. You just got dots.
Oh.
Okay. Possible Dio.
Okay.
Teenagers. How do you escape a hunt with incense?
We need to call Homie back in here. He can get his Dio.
Oh, that'll be sad. We haven't had a Dio all night.
True enough.
All right, let's bring this crucifix so we can live. Good deal. Ew, a child. Stranger educational hilarious. Well, I appreciate that very much, friend. Thank you so much. I always thought it said something about needing to pee. Hey, make Norm talk. Do the thing. Wait, where'd Norm go? Hello? Norm? Oh, what the hell? Threw Norm behind the door. You sick son of a bitch.
Yes.
All right, trying to hunt us, by the way. I have a feeling this might not be a Dio.
You might be right. Jeepers.
It seemed like it hunted. I didn't check our sanity, but I feel like that's probably a little early.
We're at 74.
Wait, what are we at?
74, somewhere around there.
74?
Sounds like a demon.
Yeah.
Yokai?
And no UV.
Spirit box, ghost orbs, dots? Wait. Give me that video camera.
I'll go check the sanity.
Oh, ghost fart. Wait. 74? We have orbs. We have orbs. It's a yokai.
Make that 60%. We're at 60%.
Yeah, it tried to hunt us because we were talking near the ghost. Wills!
Are you a yokai?
Wills, thank you for the 30 months. As for escaping the ghost with a smudge, it's a matter of understanding it. So if you know that the smudge will basically stun the ghost, right? Where you can smudge and you have a few seconds to get away. Honestly, being near a hiding spot when you do it is one of the best ways. Oh, what now?
You trying to create a hunt now? Are you
Well,
trying to
no, I'm not trying to create a hunt.
kill?
What do you mean, create a hunt? Oh my God! Hi, Hyper.
Are you trying to get us killed?
No, I'm okay. Why you gotta say it like that? What did I do? Here, eat this banana.
Ew. Rotten.
No, it's not. It's just, it's aged.
Is this how you see us?
It's aged. It's fine. Here, polish it down with one of those. You'll be fine.
Just tried to hunt again.
Sure.
Noted. God, man. Can't even give people gifts anymore without getting yelled at.
Hey, I was gonna give you records.
Here, paper towels. How about this? I'll give you a magnet. Which one do you want? Do you want the cherry? Do you want the grape? Or do you want the orange?
The burnt crucifix, the duplicate burnt crucifix photo, please.
Cherry.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
Welcome. How are you, Hyper? Hello.
It's just squeaking the dog toy now.
Ain't squeaking anymore.
It's hunting.
Oh Lord, they're coming. Goo. Smudged. I heard step. We need one photo. We need one video. Okay. EMF, Ouija board, burn cruci.
I survived. Beside you.
Oh, see, look, I kept you alive. Look how good we did. All right, so you need oh, did it just turn this light on? So we need a photo and a video, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the video camera. Who has the photo camera?
I can be in the van and try and record a hunted ghost.
This is true.
Photo cam outside the room here.
Oh. All right.
I was gonna.
I'm on it. Come on, Ghosty, make an object float. I'll get interaction photo from it. Or dot photo would also work, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All
Nope,
right.
I get one of those.
Burn cruci, Ouija board, bone, EMF.
Was that the conch?
Was that the
conch
shell?
I think that was the shell.
I thought there was a wolf.
Holy crap.
What?
Motion detector.
I swear to
That'll
God, I
do it.
thought I heard a howl.
Yeah, the howl. I think that's the conch shell.
What the fuck? It's like, sure, I guess.
The all-knowing conch.
Oh, mighty conch. Will we survive this hunt?
No.
Is that a no? No, no, no. Oh, I was going to do it. Oh, you got to burn cruci.
Missed it.
I rotated and it went to the lighter instead of my camera. All right, we have no more boins with the crucifix. Hey, plant, my day is good.
We don't have a second cruci in there?
Oh, we do. It's burned.
Oh, shit.
Nobody has a Twitch drop thing, Jamie.
And it's hunting.
Yep. Yep.
Smudged. Run.
I'm dumb.
Did he get it? Let's go. Let's.
Ah, balls.
Oh.
Bye, y'all.
Miss you. That was really delayed. I pressed the applause. I pressed the applause when he got the ghost photo. I didn't mean for it to happen when he was dying. Listen. It was really, really delayed, okay? So I hit you got the ghost photo. Freaking nailed it. Smudged. I ran and hid, and when I hid an applause button, but it took really long and it started playing when he was dying.
Oh no.
So we never escaped because of that. So we need to escape.
Oh.
We gotta go strong, man. We're that's all we're missing. We have everything else. I swear I didn't applaud his death.
Oh, well, for a flash, did I?
I mean, you want to give me a smudge? I'll take a smudge. I'll go do it. I don't care.
I can drop it.
All right, I'm on it. Yoink. Didn't mark the ghost. Yeah, I'll get there. Oh, there's hiding right here. Look at that.
Oh man, there's no camera I can use to watch.
Oh, well, we're in the garage anyway.
Yeah.
Note to self, don't invite Flash to any funerals.
Man. You could just pull up the stream.
This is very true.
Already did.
Nice. All right, we got this. Oh, Lord, come in. Head to bed. Good night, Relentless. Hey! Oh, shit. Are you kidding me? God, what the fuck? All right, got it, Smudge. I almost touched it, and it didn't. It just, and it walked away. was better that time. Sorry. Why do we need to delete? Why are we deleting
wow,
media?
you didn't kill anyone else, Flash.
Oh, how dare you? Saying that from the safety of your van.
I was gonna watch it on the camera.
Oh, well, if you would have came inside, then maybe you would have seen it, but you were in the van, so that's a shame. That's
Well,
an
I
awful
wasn't
shame.
know that you were gonna go to the garage.
Oh, you were okay, let's go. It's yokai. I did not. I did no such thing. Damn it.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Outstanding.
Missed it by that much.
I shuffled through my stuff and I was sitting there looking at my smudge.
Oh,
and
no.
died. But
Okay,
hey,
this one
we got the
helped.
hunting ghost. Go team.
Good
Yeah,
job.
exactly.
Nailed it. Well, guys.
I can upgrade my lighter and a few other things.
Thank you guys for the games. Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you so very much.
Of course. Had a freaking blast, man.
Letting us play.
Thank you.
You guys have a great night.
You guys have a great night. No, you have a great night. Okay, gotta go.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
All right, let's go back to the main screen. No, you! No, there's no command to join. No, whenever we do viewer games, it's now all done through channel point redeems. It runs in the background of your computer. When it's time for a drop to start, it'll ping the server, which will search the Twitch API to find a valid streamer that's live or wait until a specified channel is live. Once a valid streamer is found, it returns the URL and the software will open that URL in your default browser. You still have to manually log in and manually claim the drop, but if you're logged in before... What? What? Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. So, is it the drops launcher that you're talking about, Zero? All right, so you download the file, you unzip it, you double click. Are you about to give me a live virus? Yes? No, F it. YOLO, right? So once you do that, more info run anyway. Wait, I thought I just did that. Didn't I just do that? Does it actually bring up a launcher or is it run in the background? Oh God. Bop. Been at work, just got out. You're good, Justin. No worries. Yeah, I'm getting the smart app control blocked an app thing. Runs in the background. Do you see the window with the astronomer drop listed? Well, so I have the thing where it says smart app control blocked an app that may be unsafe. And I have OK, send feedback, or get apps from the store as options. Hi, Mr. Rafa. Hello, sir. Yeah, thank you for playing, Kirby. I appreciate you. Live virus on live stream, I know. Crazy. Does it have a more info? No. I have learn more, OK, send feedback, or get apps from the store. Stop it. Yeah. Thank you for playing, Chompy. Appreciate you. It's not a page I've run into before. Hold on. Let me... Okay, dude. Would you stop it? I was trying to do a screen grab for you and it's being a pain in my ass. It's not a virus. It's because I'm clicking on stuff when I shouldn't be clicking on stuff. I'm trying to freaking screen grab it and it won't do it. Would you knock it off? Here, fuck it. I'm doing it this way. Fine. You want to play hardball? Let's play hardball. There. I'll do it that way. Seems like you're having fun. Sure. I was trying to use the clip thing and it wasn't doing it. Like for some reason wasn't allowing me to drag on anything. Yeah. Take a picture on your phone? I did. Because it wasn't letting me screen grab. It's like your mom using a computer. Yeah, but I know where to send it. You got to do what you got to do, man. Okay? Don't be a stinky. What's going on, viewers playing? We just got done with viewer games. Yeah, we just finished. Thank y'all for the follows, friends. Appreciate you. All right, let me go to 0. All right, 0. I just sent you the message, friend, that says what the message pop-up I'm getting. Yeah, it's not saying like more info, allowed to run or any of that jazz. Yeah. Just finished playing Slay the Spire with my husband and friends. It's been really fun tactics game with so much RNG. Every run is different. Nice. All right, we did reach the thing for the day, so let's do the thing. We're making good time. Pull out the sketch pad to show us what's going on. Well, I mean, the only thing I'd be showing you, there's nothing to show yet. I downloaded the thing, or I was trying to. Thank you, 0. I was helping troubleshoot. Gotta hit the hay. See you, sheepy boy. Have a good one. All right, let's do the thing. Shall we? Moich! The event badge isn't popping up for me and my friend. We haven't played the event at all tonight. Wait, what? The event badge isn't popping up. If you're not seeing it under your account, you might want to contact Phasmo, like Kinetic, about it. Get some Moich? Let's get some Moich. All right, let me pull up the merch store. Pull up the merch store and get that going. Let's see what we have. Been enjoying the floor above. I'm glad, friend. I'm glad. I was gonna, you know, I was thinking about that. I was like, do I make it into one really long video or do I break it up by episode? Because I've only played the first 3 episodes. I haven't even, so it'd be weird to do one episode, like one video that's the first 3 and then the last that's 2. So I was like, maybe I'll just split them up by episode. Because if anything, they'll be like a half an hour to an hour long a piece. So the first 2 episodes of the floor above are live and are there. Getting to the last ending was rough. Oh, did you finish it? Oh no, Plague, I've already posted the first 2 episodes. You did? Oh, great. I still think I was getting, I'm still convinced I was getting thieved in my 3rd run. Love me a full 2-hour video. Some of the longer videos are nice because then you can just leave them on. But YouTube is not the biggest fan of gaming videos like that. Sometimes. Yeah, that 3rd one was rough. All right, give me a minute. Let me enter my information in here so that way we can do this. And then it'll pop up in chat here in a second. I think you got robbed. I think I did too. We saw very obvious things. All right, friends, exclamation point enter. Exclamation point enter. and you could win some free merch. We'll give away one of these. I haven't given away one of the freestyle shirts in quite a long time. So let's do that. Let's do that. Before I forget, when are we getting the grandma stream? I'm talking to Baron about it now, basically, because he brought it up recently too. I imagine it won't be very long from now. I know he was like hanging with his kiddo this weekend, so I knew this weekend wouldn't fly. So maybe in the next like week, if we can. I like playing your Phas videos because nothing inappropriate will pop. It lets me lock in at work and hydrate. Bathroom reminder when the video ends. I don't work well in silence. I also don't work well in silence. I'm the same way. Little big sis, GG's friend. Enjoy the merch. Poison Ivy, thank you for the gifted, friend. GG's. Enjoy. Make sure you click the redeem link so that way you can claim the merch. Choose what color you want, what size you want, all that stuff. It is all the things. All the things. Yeah, Matthew's a mod. Yeah. What's up, NMF? There we go. Groovy. Oh, thank you, Kirby. If any of you guys played, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining the games. If you did not, there's always next time. Music's too tempting to sing along with. It'll cause you trouble in the office one day. I like having streams up because I have the ability to just mute the stream while I'm working on something where I have to listen to sound. If I have to listen to music, or if I like for the video I'm making, or whatever it may be. So I almost always have a stream open. Thanks for keeping you alive. You are very welcome. What a gentleman I am. Absolute gentleman, if you ask me. Hey, Curls. Came from YouTube. Welcome over, dude. Oh, at some point soon, we will need to continue on with the floor above. We will have to continue on. All right, let's go over here. The Revenant has apparently been fixed. Oh, has it? Was there a patch? I didn't even see a patch. Did something happen? Or is it still messed up when we think it's okay? Is it one of those guys? Have you done any other updates to the retro store? Not since you guys have seen it. No, not really. Maybe moved a couple shelves around. Not too much. No, we could do a full-fledged retro stream at some point though. Such a gentleman, a scholar, so demure. It's fun to watch. It's a cool one. I do like anomaly games. Anomaly games are always fun. Always. I was just on Edgefield on APOC and had a Revenant on a Blood Moon. Oh, and it was acting like it should, what you're saying. Responded that new one for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can check that out later, Zero, for sure. I absolutely can. Someone just got a Plushies Attack shirt. That's not what we just gave away. Pardon you. Retro Rewind has to be one of your favorites. Oh, man, it's so good. It's so good. I only need to unlock the 2500 section and then everything is unlocked in my store. 1,000 videos are, jeez. I don't have 1,000 videos. I have 2 sections I still have to unlock. I think the only thing that's like making me even hesitant to play is that you can't gain any more XP. You can't gain any more at all. What platform is a floor above on? Oh, it's on Steam. Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere else. Are you going to do a Minecraft stream sometime again? I'm only asking because you like the updates so much. You know what I might do? I might talk to like Chinggis and Baron and see if they want to do a random, just ridiculous collab and like I think the problem I run into with a game like Minecraft is that there's so much you can do that it's hard to know when to like stop. Do you know what I mean? Dahlia, hello. Oh, there's Fwank. Hi, Fwank. But if we have missions, if we have things we want to achieve, and I know that, then it's like, okay, I know what I need to do. We are aiming to do this. It might take me 500 years to get there, but I know what I need to do. I think that's the biggest thing. Gonna try to jump on random Phasma multiplayer. Wish you luck. Best of luck, friend. Your Minecraft stream got me back into Minecraft. Let's go. With the shaders, it's beautiful. It looks so nice. Are we there yet? If they do an update, then we'll play it again. I think we discussed that. We said if they have an update, we'll do it again. Chingus is down with a migraine. He couldn't drive home from work until it eased. Damn. I hope he feels better, man. There's nothing worse. Absolutely nothing worse. Sleep on the couch. Fair. I hope you're good, friend. Last achievement reward kind of lacking. 50 XP and $100 is not much. Yeah, I feel like the XP and the money boost that for the certain achievements should have scaled based on the difficulty of what you were doing. I think that's a little weird. Minecraft mission, recreate Tanglewood survival. Oh my God. Love the short where Baron stepped on the mine. Man, that was a good one. That was a good one. What's funny about that one was like I edited that video so that whenever the mine exploded, that his voice cut out. And I think it improved it. That's the only edit that I did to it, really. Clocking out for the night. Have a good rest tonight. Thank you, Messam. Have a good one, Maverick. Appreciate you. But it's still fun, though. Man, that was such a good game. Now, tomorrow, that's something I have to have a ponder about right now. About what I want to do about tomorrow. Because I technically, in a manner of speaking, have all day to where I can do things. I have to decide when I would want to start, how long we would go, what we would do. Love the shirt. I love this one. This is one of my favorite designs. Like I said, the person that made this one, that designed this one, is working on another one. So 12 hour, listen, I would think about it. I just have to decide what I'm going to do. That's many a decision to be decided. This is very true. I know. I got to figure it out. Got to figure it out. How do you get it? Oh, the merch store. Yeah. When can you revisit your video rental store? So we did that on my last stream. We did a very quick like run through. I did like 2 days. I showed everyone what I've been working on. Rocket League is once a year for an hour. We know how that works. Multiple games could be. Yeah. Do something with Doc. Oh man, I don't know. You know, he was playing, what game was that called? Species Unknown. He was playing Species Unknown, and I asked him, I said, do they have prox chat in that game yet? He's like, oh, they're working on it. Like, because I mean, he's not affiliated with them or anything, but he loves the game. And I was like, I love the game too, but without prox chat, it falls short for me. Could do a poll for games. I could. Yeah. Oh, Rewind 99. Oh yeah, that's true. I could. For some reason, Retro Rewind, it grabbed me more than Rewind 99 did, even though I love the art style of Rewind 99. I think it's just because of how polished Retro Rewind is. That's probably why. Yawning's illegal. I'm so sorry. It was very unintentional. I did not mean to do it. Sorry. Hey, Super, how are you? Could potentially play. Yeah, I think the issue I run into is like I start games and like I want to finish them, but I also want to get into other things. I think that's my problem. Very unintentional. No, it's not. I'm good, man. I'm doing well. We started early today. We got a lot more viewer games in. Headliners could be revisited. At that point, I think if I'm going to do stuff like that, I have to like figure out who it is that I'm going to be partnering up with. I think the one thing that hurts 99 is the open world. It doesn't feel as focused. Yeah, I think the one thing I really don't like about it, I don't like having to spend so much time going all the way across the world to go be like late fee and then go all the way back. That sucks. I have not looked at roadside research. No. My mate said that he was hoping the character update on Phas brings in the character design from Retro Rewind. I'd be okay with that. Yeah. The videos and stream definitely helped you get back into Phas. Let's go. Hell yeah. We're just basically having like a talking session now. Good night, Polter. Roadside research is fun. Is that a game I can solo? Is it too late for that one? Like, are we is it past its prime? You played that one with Chinggis? I watched you guys play that one for at least a little bit. I did. Man, do you guys remember when there was supposed to be a game coming out that was like some sort of like a hotel manager thing for vampires? What the hell happened to that? Like that was, I felt like that was around the corner. And then it's just gone. Like what happened? I don't even remember what that was called. No, not a movie. There's a game. Bloody hell. Is that what it was called? Was it Bloody Hell Hotel? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, release date 2026. I remember seeing the trailer for this and thinking how cool this was. The art style, the gameplay looks awesome. Renovate, upgrade, and expand your hotel. Oh, by the way, you're a vampire, so hospitality isn't your strong suit. Shift at Midnight has a release date. Ooh, nice. Pummel party with friends. Oh my God. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of brainstorming. Michael, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the follow. Maybe I'll do a scroll through Steam. I feel like it's been a minute since I've actually had the opportunity to do that. Enter not a date, instead an entire year. Maybe it'll come out later this year. I think that's the hope, is that it will. I don't know. I swear it might not have been 2025. I feel like it was 2024 when we heard about it. Yeah. See you, Super. I'll have to do some digging. I'll go through the Steam archive and see if there's anything new that came out too. Observation. I've done all the observation duties. Part of tomorrow could be finishing the floor above. Yeah, I almost had a thought of doing like 2 streams tomorrow. Do like an early stream, take a break, and then do a later stream. Thought about it. Because again, it's me and Joe. So just take breaks, go upstairs, hang, like make sure Doggo's doing well. Graveyard Keeper is free on Steam right now. I think I have Graveyard Keeper. Yeah, I've had Graveyard Keeper for a while. You're a father, there are no breaks. Yeah, but my family's not home. So I'm solo because the fam went to go to a dance competition, and my eldest, who would normally stay home, also went because he has a girlfriend and she's dancing. So they're all there. And my wife was even like, it gives her time to hang out with their friends that she knows there. I was like, well, good deal. I was like, I won't third wheel it. Good deal. Absolutely fine. Sweet, sweet freedom. I mean, you know, I had a bloody hell hotel on my wish list. Oh shit. Did you? When did I add it? That's actually an even better question. Where's my wish list? No, not my wallet, my wish list. Where the hell's my wish list? You ever played Ghost Janitors? No, I've not. Pew, pew, pew. No, gosh dang it, there it is. Bloody hell. I had to have added it. Did I not? I didn't add that to my wish list? What? That one's on your wish list. It's on sale. The Ghost Janitor one. Let's see. I'm looking at the release dates for some of the ones that I have saved. Man, do you guys remember that Alien game that sucked? Panicore, I was going to get into that, and I just never did. Ghostmaster Resurrection. What the hell is this? What is this? Command an army of specters, unleash terror on the town of Gravenville, and solve puzzles to unlock mysteries. What is this? I added it. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, I guess you like haunt a place, but it's like a weird thing. Chick has bitched so much about that game. Oh, the Alien game. Yeah, that sucked. That was really unfortunate, man, because we were looking forward to it so much. Yeah, very unfortunate. Most likely to sleep below. I was gifted squirrel with a gun and still need to open it and play it. See the teaser photos for that new Ghost game. The trailer coming in October called Show Us a Sign. What's it on? It's not on Steam. Good night, Pumpkin. Can you ask me about something? Well, I mean, yeah, you don't have to ask me something. You could have just asked whatever it was. Yeah. There's always Unemployment Simulator. That came out in February. I don't know why I wish listed that. I don't wish list enough games. I need to, like, when I see something I think that I might want to get, just save it. My problem is that I look past it because I'm like, I don't have time to play games anyway. How do you get Twitch drop stuff? Whenever there's Twitch drops, you watch a stream on Twitch. But there isn't one right now. There's one on the 16th. Yeah. You're smart. How do I violate the second law of thermodynamics? Do you have a wrench? Ghosted is great with friends, or so Ghost Janitor is fun with friends or solo. Okay. I'll have to add all the things to my wish list or save them. $141 games? Good Lord. Yeah, it's about just prioritizing, like which ones to play. Give us a sign. That looks like AI. Trailer debuts in October. Okay. Do they mention that they use AI? Hold on. Replaying Slime Ranchers. I have a feeling like this image right here. I don't know. I don't know. I have AI vibes from it. I guess we'll see. React environmental design and the world gives a sign. Just looking at the random GIFs. The lighting too. Who the hell is that? Wonder if they leaned on AI to generate the concept stuff. Could be really sad if they replaced artists with AI to create. Yeah. I don't know, man. The art of it is making me feel like it's AI. But it might not be though. It's If it is, I'm fairly certain that they need to have that here somewhere. But it's giving that feeling. Like, what is this? What are they holding here? Right here, it looks like they're holding a flashlight, but the way they're holding it looks like they're holding it like it's a gun. I don't know. Season pass, blah, blah, blah. Mature content description. Yeah, I don't know. She's just going to get her learner's permit in the morning. Oh my God. Got to be up and early. Best of luck, friend. Is there a requirement for games to call out if they've used AI? I think there is, or unless it's like a courtesy sort of thing. Because I remember looking at a game that said that it had generated some things with AI. I don't know if it's a requirement or not. I think it should be. Yeah, I don't know. Should be disclosed on all things in life nowadays. It absolutely should be. Yeah. It's great for research, but I strongly stand it has no place in the arts. I am with you 1,000,000%. I'm okay with it even just to like help with ideation, but for product, for final product especially, absolutely not. No. No. But again, I don't know for sure. It's just giving the vibes of it. I don't know if it actually is or not. To me, the art style is not consistent. Some looks realistic, other looks more fantasy. And that's why it feels like AI to me, because it doesn't feel like it's the same across everything. Like this to this. Like these two right here. Look at these two images back to back. Hold on. Yeah, it's hard to explain. Like different rendering styles happened. Right. Right. Yeah, like this. These feel all so different. You hate clowns? No, I love the idea of a carnival. Like if that's the actual graphics in game, then it's like, that's awesome. That's rad. And if it was not used with AI at all, that's super sweet. But I don't know. We'll see, man. I guess we'll have to hear from them. Hard to say. I don't know. I don't know. Spirit box looks like it's screaming. Shower curtain looks sus. That's what we're worried about. Worried about the shower curtain. All right, let's see. Bop, 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 bop. Well, if I do stream tomorrow, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to stream and when I'm going to start and all that jazz. Looks like AI sus. I mean, I got you. Yeah. I got you. We'll see. I'll keep you guys posted. We'll see. But friends, thank you guys. I know where we're going to go. Thank you guys for hanging out today. If I do, I mean, I'd say the chances of me going live are very highly likely. Very highly likely. A quick Google search suggests that UI and ghost coding might be, but nothing about the actual visuals. See, I feel like some of the visuals might be. But again, it's a feeling. There's no definitive like, yes, no, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the love and supports. I appreciate the hell out of you. We're almost halfway to the goal for the month. Thank you guys so freaking much. We are going to go visit a friend who is not playing Phas. They are playing something else, but it is something that you might be able to get involved in, which is why we're going to go. I question if it's using AI for programming. What else is going to be used for, you know? Well, some of the artistry looks a little AI-ish to me. Yeah. Like they said, the inconsistencies with the rendering across different images. It doesn't look like it was like how in my like terms of like what I'm used to on the daily. It's like when I'm editing a video and I'm doing color, I have a hero shot. And what I mean by that is I have a shot that I basically use to then color every other shot of my video. Like I want all of that to feel like it was, I want to be able to look at every single shot and say, that's all from one video. You don't want to look at 3 different shots and be like, those all 3 look like they were from 3 completely separate videos and then smashed into one video. No, I want you to look at both of those frames and go, that's the same video. That's the same video. That's the same video. Same color style, whether it's a LUT that was applied or whether it was whatever, you know what I mean? Right. Like yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the way that I always do it. It's the best way for me because then it's consistency. So when I look at those and I look at multiple back to back, it just looks inconsistent. So we'll see. You said coloring, and I know it's not like coloring, but now I want to get paid to color. Listen, there are people with full-time jobs, aka careers, that all they do is color video. That's it. Company 3, like they all they do is color movies, which I think is freaking cool. Have they tried to bring any AI enhancements to your work? They've done some to not to me, not to video. Although that's kind of a lie because they've wanted to use AI voice to like send drafts, but then end up sending it like it's a final product, and that bothers the shit out of me. I'm like, we need to be hiring voice actors, not using AI. If we use AI, I swear to God, I'll quit. Thank you, Mira. Have a wonderful weekend. We're going to end it on the tubes and the key because we're about to go raid here in a second. But I appreciate you, friends. I'll probably be live tomorrow. I just don't know when yet. I'll try to announce it when I am. I swears. AI is a great tool, but I hate it as a replacement. Right. It is a great tool. It can help you with a lot of tedious shit, but it's not perfect. And I love the guy on TikTok who has been blowing up ChatGPT about like how imperfect it is. And he keeps like doing these voice calls with it and asking a lot of questions, and it's getting him wrong all the time. And I love it. I was crashing out trying to use it to create a template quickly for me. I spent as long struggling to make it create right because it's not doing it the way you want. Exactly. Yeah. Yeppers. Sometimes it can be good just for a nice quick whatever you need, but most of the time it steals your creativity because rather than you having the opportunity to learn how to do something, it's just doing it for you. And I think that thieves you the opportunity to learn and to be able to do it yourself. I think that's the problem that I have because I will look up questions all the time about shit that I don't know. How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? Not how does it do this for me? I don't want to learn how to make a template. How does it make the template for me? But there are certain things that I'm not going to want to learn on my own. Coding, I don't care about coding. You or AI should teach my coworkers. Wait, what? My favorite part is when I use AI to improve my customer comments at work and I get no changes because I actually know how to write properly. Oh, man. But like, I know people in my industry that they literally use AI to edit their videos. Like they use AI to cut together their videos rather than them spending the time to go through and make it themselves. And while, yes, that can save you time, it removes all human element of it. And in my opinion, it's not going to be able to tell as good of a story as you would. And it just, I don't know. It thieves so much shit. I'm okay if it just is X'd off the planet. See you later. Extra fun is having to always tell it to maintain my tone. It suggests I basically turn into a robot. No, the guy that I've watched the clips of, it's so funny. He's like, hey, I'm going to run a mile. I'm going to run a mile. I want you to time me. Let me know how long it takes. And it's like, okay, I'll time you. And he's like, okay, here we go. And he like runs off frame and he comes back in 2 seconds later. And he's like, okay, how long was that? It's like, oh, good job. It took you 10 minutes and 37 seconds. He's like, no, that it literally took me seconds. What do you mean 10 minutes? No, it took you 10 minutes. And then the creator of it said, oh, well, it doesn't have the ability to do that right now, but it will in like a year. Stupid. It takes no skill with AI. Correct. Generative AI is completely wrong. Half the time it doesn't. You know what I do use AI for? I technically use it for in Photoshop when I'm needing to like fill in the back. Like let's say I'm making a thumbnail, and for the thumbnail, there's like my like up here in the top right, my camera's there, but I want to use that screen grab, and I'm like, well, shit, I need to fill in the back. I will use generative AI to fill in the background. I use it then because I'm not an artist that can go in, and I'm not about to go take my videos and go spend God knows how much money for someone to fill in that frame that I'm sticking my face over anyway, but I need the little background behind it to match the color. I'll use it then. How in the world did you make computers stop knowing how to math? That's what computers do generally. That's not what you're selling. No, not at all. Right. But even that, no, that's for me in YouTube. That's not even me for making products at work. Yeah, if it was me doing it commercially through work, I would have someone do it. Just had an AI conversation. I work in quality for travel insurance. The AI fraud we're seeing now is stressing me to death. Just get rid of it. Explode it. Not an AI person, don't use it at all. I think it can be a useful tool. I have to agree with that because it definitely can. And it also, like, I have used it for just general, not conversation, for ideation. Like, hey, give me 5 ideas for blah, blah, blah. And then I'll see what it gives me. And I'm like, ooh, I kind of like that. I'm going to now expand upon that and use it myself. Like, not use the exact thing it gave me, but like help it brainstorm, basically. Coworkers use it all the time. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. There's unfortunately people lean on it, and then if it's removed from them, it's like taking an iPad away from an iPad kid. They turn into a caveman. They don't know what to do, so they freak out. It robs a lot of creativity. Only time I use AI is reverse image search, like what is this, and sort of an advanced search engine. There you go. Yeah. Before the day catches up, hey Punch, I appreciate you. We're about to go raid. The key is learning how it did it, not just taking the output. Amen. That's a very fantastic point. I'm not a fan of AI either, though most people think my name is AI. I'm a bot. Listen, Chronic, listen. You did this to yourself, okay? Visually, it does look like it says chronically AI, okay? So it is what it is. Okay, let's go raid so I can go to bed and then wake up and figure out what the hell we're doing tomorrow. Yeah. Maiden, thank you for the gifted to Veronica. Thank you. Use Streamline any reports I need to have, and I'll report all that information. Put it in a readable format that I proofread it and correct as I go. There you go. But yeah, it's just like they were saying, like Elaine was saying, like it's okay to use it in certain circumstances. The important thing is understanding how it got to that result. That's the really important thing. Yeah. Maiden, thank you so much. Love the guy that broke AI and started speaking gibberish because it doesn't take new prompts from you, but reanalyzes the whole conversation. Right. Spell check. Yeah, there you go. I sent a picture once when I wanted. See, I have used it for photos before just for fun, for laughs, but never like used it commercially. I could not get it to let go of said improvements, wanted to throw my laptop through a window. Bro, I've seen billboards near me that are full AI. Like, as in, you can look at the billboard and know, oh, that was made with AI. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. It doesn't even cost that much to have someone make an AI. It doesn't cost that much to have somebody like draw up a billboard for you, or like to make one in Photoshop or make it whatever. It doesn't really cost that much. And it's crazy that they're like, well, I'm going to nickel and dime the shit out of this and get as much as I can. It's sick how many of these game ads are just generative AI. What I hate, and we've said this before, I just hate how every single application across everything feels like it has to include it. Like, well, if I don't add AI to my platform, then we're going to miss out on this. Like, please miss out. Stop adding it to everything. I would not be fucking shocked if all of a sudden out of nowhere, Twitch has like Twitch AI, like Twitch artificial intelligence doing shit for you. Please don't. Look cheaper that way, correct. And it looks like shit, especially to anyone with a semi-trained eye. It looks like ass. Aren't they trying to do that for clips? Fuck, you're right. Damn it. Yeah, kind of. But again, see, I do think like, okay, there's a platform. You know what Nexus Clips is? Do you guys know what that is? I saw one where literally the person had 4 arms because the AI confused itself. Those make me laugh when people don't catch things and they post it anyway. I love those. We're doing so much with it at work. I'm really on the fence with it. In some cases, I can see the good that is happening from it, but at the same time, there's a whole new slew of issues. Right. So there's a platform called Nexus Clips. What's really cool about it is you can use that. It will go through your stream and look for a certain type of clip. Like if I have a Phasmophobia stream where I'm playing a lot of solo and I'm doing a lot of educational moments, I can ask it, hey, find the educational moments for me. And then it will time mark it, or like it will tell me where it is in the VOD. And then I can go in the VOD, clip it myself, and then turn it into a clip. So in a way, I mean, that uses AI. That's nice because it's a tool that helps me know where these moments are, where it's like, ooh, so then I take it, I download it, I edit it myself. I do all of that myself. Oh, it's great. If you've never used it before, I really suggest it. Especially if you're like, oh man, I remember talking about this thing and I don't know exactly what I was talking about, but it was about like this. It can help you find it. Because just transcribing your VOD isn't going to be helpful if you don't know what you were talking about, like exactly. So you could say, look up like funniest moments, like highest reaction moment, whatever it may be. And then it shows you where they are. And rather than just make the clip for you, it like shows you where it is and then you do it. Yeah, super nice. So I guess in a sense, I use that too. But that's just to find out where it is in the VOD. And then I download it, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. All right. Let's get the hell out of here before we jibber jabber for the next 15 hours. All right. Friends, if you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3s, you of course have your own. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. I don't know what the plan would be for tomorrow. I didn't really think it through. Song is creepy, but not AI. This is true. Yeah. So I'll have a think. If any of you guys have a think, please don't be afraid to put it into the Discord and the suggestion channel. I'm all ears always. When are you going to start tomorrow? That I don't know. If I did, I don't know if I would just do one long evening stream or if I would do a longer like stream that would go through lunch or what, you know what I mean? Doing 2 is not a bad idea. If I did one like early-ish and then stop, take a break, and then do one later. I think that might be the way. If like I stream from like 9 or 10 a.m. till like lunchtime and then take lunch, hang out with Joe, go upstairs and chill for a bit, and then do like an afternoon stream. And then by that time, because then the fam is coming home later in the day. So yeah, gives you off camera time to do stuff other than stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, I go through my videos and I edit and I do all that stuff during the day too. Yeah. Kinder on the body. That's very true. Yeah. I might even sneak a workout in tomorrow. I don't know. I might just do one from home rather than go to the gym. Hey, Flash, there's always Raft. There is always Raft song. This is very true. This is very true, sir. Hey, what's up, John? There's always sausage. Okay, listen. Break tried to listen. Break is trying to get me to play a game that's called Sausage in the Bun. Have you guys ever seen this? I'm not going to bring it up right now. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? John, you picked a hell of a time. Sounds interesting. So it's it's called, technically it's called Put the Sausage in the Bun, which makes it sound way better. Get to bed, young man. I'm so sorry. Luke, I swear we're going. I promise. Guide a wobbly sausage into its bun using balloons and bees in this chaotic physics puzzle. Can you master the fine art of getting the sausage in just the right place? It has 14 positive reviews. It also apparently has crowd control. Maybe we make that a goal where, like, if we reach a goal, then I have to play that while dressed like the hot dog. 14, but it's going to play. It came out in 2024. It came out in 2024. It's been out for over a year. I think it's hilarious. I mean, it does seem kind of funny. Second round of hot dog. Ugh. It looks ridiculous. Listen, I'm always down to hear about ridiculous games because they could always be fun. Plague Inc. has a... Oh my God. I remember playing Plague Inc. Isn't that the game where you have to, like, infect the world? Bro, I played that years ago. We did play Hand Sim, which is a freaking blast. Yes, man. I remember. Pepperidge Farm members. All right. Let's go raid, and then we'll figure it out tomorrow, man. We'll figure it out. I'll do my best not to sleep in too long. If I don't stream early, I don't stream early. If I do, awesome. Sweet. Alrighty. But let's go raid. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for another amazing stream. I love you all. I will see you guys probably tomorrow in the AM. Much love. Bye.